Wow.
Seasoned professionals that we are.
Seasoned professionals.
We've already had
Professional
our first technical
broadcasters.
issue.
Absolutely.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, how you doing?
Living the dream. Um, I am ready. I don't know about you. I am ready.
I'm completely prepared, on the ball. Been working on this for some time.
So I wonder if everybody got to hear us talking about, man, we're really hungry. We have to eat dinner during
Yeah, we
this
have to
thing.
eat dinner.
If anyone's wondering, I am very hungry. I haven't had dinner, so I'll be eating dinner. We're going to give everyone just a minute or two, Jen, to filter in. We've got lots to talk about today. You know, when we actually started arranging this thing, I had completely forgotten that today was going to be the first anniversary of the last election. Like, this is 1 year since, I mean, Mark Carney had already been prime minister because he succeeded Justin Trudeau. But this is the first anniversary of the election. And I think we did one of these on the election, didn't we?
We did one of these. Yeah, we did one of these on the election. These things are actually shockingly,
Scheduled?
uh, no, they're shockingly popular considering we are completely shooting the shit. Um, So yeah, no, we're happy to do this. This will be the 1 year anniversary of Mark Carney's ascension to power. Oh, thank you. As people have been previously familiar with, there are some ground rules, some engagement rules here. We will be taking questions from subscribers, especially paid subscribers.
Only
and
paid
listeners.
subscribers.
Yeah, only paid subscribers. Also, just so you know, because this is a live stream and public humiliation and performance is part of our shtick, I do have a drink going here.
Ooh.
Look, I'm just gonna be entirely straightforward with people. I am a notoriously weak drinker. I'm as anyone who knows me well will attest, cannot hold my alcohol, have been trying to manage this problem for years, gave up on alcohol entirely for years, have come back into the fold a little bit. I have maybe like a 3 tops 4 drink maximum, particularly if I'm dealing with wine, before inevitably something takes over, like the demon in my soul begins to take over, and either I get really insane or I start to cry. Lately, it's been crying. People on this live stream before have seen what's called Dark Jen emerge. It's like the Dark Phoenix from X-Men, but lately it's just been depression. So we're gonna have a bit of a game here, and that is if you donate money to our live stream in real time. Matt, tell us how they can do that. But if you donate money, I will drink. Now, I will drink a reasonable amount. It will be like a sip or two because I can't drink the whole glass because that would be, I won't last 3 hours if we do that. But I will drink. And if you guys can make me cry before this 3 hours is out, you can clip my emotional breakdown and put it on Twitter.
So this went from a news-focused live stream discussing current events to Jen's cry for help much faster than I thought it was going to. Like, I had a hunch it was going to do that. I just didn't think it was going to take 4 minutes of live streaming.
No, it's only fair. And also, you know, in order to balance this out, my husband has brought me dinner. This is also part of our fundraise-a-thon live stream. We eat dinner. So it's you know, if you're into that.
Well, if you're into dinner, okay. Where did he make you dinner, or did you order dinner?
No, we ordered barbecue as per tradition.
Okay, good. No, I did too. So tell us what you're eating.
Okay, I have brisket, I have baked beans, I have pulled pork, I have corn, and I have ribs.
Where from? That's the important thing.
A place called Jane's Barbecue.
Okay.
No. I will say right off the top, Paul Wells may be joining us imminently. I've asked Phil to send him our link. So Paul Wells is in Ottawa right now. We have lots of guests coming for this stream. Mm-hmm. We've got Rob Shaw coming. Who else do we have coming?
Okay, we got Scott Stinson. He's going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the news of the day. Mm-hmm. An hour after that, Supriya Dwivedi is going to be here. She was in Justin Trudeau's PMO and was also an old radio colleague of mine. We're going to talk 1 year of Mark Carney with her. And then in our third hour, Rob Shaw from BC will be walking us through the... I just emailed Rob a few days ago and basically said WTF BC, like a lot of initials. So he's going to whip up something for us on that front. And Jen, I just want to intercede with 2 points because we always promote the local businesses. I'm starving. Yeah. Like I'm actually going to murder someone because I didn't have time to eat dinner before this, but my dinner tonight, takeout fish and chips from Old York in Leaside. So shout out to the people at Old York. Very British themed live stream from me, as befits the King's visit to North America. And Yes, this is a fundraiser on our page, readtheline.ca, and I think in our description. Hey, Phil, can you? No, not in our description. Phil, can you copy the description from readtheline.ca and drop that into the YouTube? I don't know if you can or not. I'm not sure if you're able to because you might have to control my computer to do it. But in any case, just message me on Signal what is or is not possible. Um, Sorry, I'm just reading Phil's notes now. Phil's gonna see what he can do on that. Okay, Jen, we might as well actually talk content here because people are showing up here to see things that are other than us gabbing about food. But okay, here's the fun question. You are saying you will take a drink. I think we need, if we're gonna actually turn you drinking into a fundraiser, we need to put some realistic bounds on that. I don't think a sip is going to work. Can you commit to a glass per thousand?
I can commit to a glass per thousand. I can do
Okay,
that.
that's how we're going to do it then. For every, and I'm looking at it in real time. If you want to see Jen finish a glass, you have to get us, and I'm looking at it right now. I'm going to round it off to the nearest cent. $1,000. So Jen's committed to one glass of wine. If
I can do one.
if we get if we get 1,000, I think you're committed to a second. Is that how we'll do it?
Yeah, right. I can
Okay.
do that. Also, people have complained in the chat already that apparently my input volume is too loud. I have turned that down on my side, so if that is still a problem, please let me know.
I've lost you quite a bit. Can you bump yourself up a bit?
I can
Just
bump myself up.
kind of go to the midpoint of where you were.
There. How's that? Is that better?
I hear you well now.
Okay, so look, commentators, live streamers, if that's appropriate, please let me know.
Okay, and then Phil, if you don't, yeah, and Phil says he can add to the YouTube stream. Phil, just copy all the description text off the read the line post and include, if you don't mind, the link to the fundraiser. And there you go. Every $1,000 commits Jen to an additional glass of wine over and on top of the one we've already started. And in a weird way, I'm kind of hoping nobody donates. So I have split incentives on this one. So Jen, question for you, and we'll make this very simple. Did you pay much attention today to the fiscal update?
I did pay a little attention, but first I'm just gonna bump myself a little bit more. Guys, is that better? Can you hear me now?
Oh, and we got Paul Wells joining us now, so we'll see if we can hear Paul.
Okay. Bump myself a little bit more. Guys, is that better? Can you hear me now? Paul, I can hear Paul hearing me. So there we go. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hi, guys. I just had to get rid of the YouTube window so we didn't get that weird echo that you got. Hi.
That's fine. Hi, how you doing? How's
here's my plan. I'm going to drink until Jen cries too.
It might not take long.
It's purely soft drinks.
Well, then, Paul, I'm even lamer than you. I have a diet Pepsi
going
on. Like I've hit my diet Pepsi era. Well, Paul, you know what? I was just asking Jen the same question. I'll put it to you. I think, Paul, you were in the lockup today, right?
I was indeed, yeah.
Okay, so because you were actually there, I guess I'll ask you first. Really generic, basic question. What'd you think? Like, just what's your takeaway coming out of it?
Look, we're more than a decade into liberal government. I figure the less the government does, the happier I get. And by that standard, this was a pretty good spring update. Two big gadgets, the Sovereign Wealth Fund and this apprenticeship training thing, and apart from that, it was mostly just an economic update. It was mostly how's the economy doing? And that's what I ended up writing about. And the answer is the economy's not doing that badly. The economy's doing probably a little better this year than it was last year. And I found that fascinating because governments can't fine tune that. That's something that's in the society, that's in the economy, that's in the people. And it suggests that Canadians have some resilience in them. So that was, now that I've said it out loud, then the economy's just going to fall off a cliff next week.
Totally.
Totally.
But yeah,
this is getting clipped and used against you for the rest of your career.
Exactly.
One of the things, Paul, that jumped out at me is like, yeah, look, some of the numbers are up, but the economy's weird. Like Jen and I have been talking lately about how like I no longer have any faith in the ability of the stock market to tell me anything useful about the economy. It's sort of like, Trump nukes Brussels, Iran sinks into ocean, Hormuz has been paved over, market up 3,000. Like I no longer understand anything about how the market is working. But one of the stats that actually jumped out at me as interesting was that manufacturing in Canada was unexpectedly robust. Like the one thing we would think would be very tariff exposed actually has either been steady or went slightly up. and like jobs are looking okay. And I'm not here to tell everybody the economy is great, because I know a lot of people are struggling, but this isn't what we expected it to be. And I'm wondering if just people are kind of adapting to the American weirdness.
Well, so it reminds me of, you guys might not even remember the free trade debate of the, 84 to 88. But part of it was like there was a widespread belief that protected sectors couldn't survive competition. And the sort of poster child for that was Ontario wine. And there was a sense that, my God, there's no way that Canada can have a competitive wine industry if it has to compete in the open market. And so it was essentially, we were going to go to the wall to protect baby ducks' right to make shitty wine. And then, we blew the doors off, and thousands of wine producers were able to, maybe only for a few years, or maybe only, one varietal or whatever, but there's thriving in at least two provinces, and arguably more than that. There's like a thriving wine industry, because it turned out that, like, once people realized they were in a fight, they could fight. And I think we might be seeing a version of that now,
Second question I have to you. Is it possible that a huge part of the reason why our deficit is not as poor as or it's not as large as we thought it was going to be, is this an after effect of oil and gas profits?
There is some of that. Carney was a little got chippy when, I think it was Tana McCharles suggested that yesterday. But the fall update says there is some of that. With gas at $100, we're benefiting from that.
Can I be the first to thank Alberta?
Yes, you can be the first, but I expect to see more of those rolling in any day now.
Look at me here. I'm doing a live stream and a national unity salvage effort all at the same time.
Yeah, well, we'll take every little bit that we can get, because let me tell you, I really feel like Ottawa ain't making my life any easier on the Federalist file lately. Can we talk a little bit about the Sovereign Wealth Fund stuff, please?
Okay, so that was going to be my next question. First of all, I asked you both what you thought. I'm going to tell you what I thought in one sentence today. I didn't see much there. Like everything that we found out today, Paul, and you would have been in the lockup. I kind of knew it yesterday already, and I'm not even talking about like a lot of leaks. Like, other than the apprenticeship thing, which didn't shock me, I think the big scope of this thing was clear, and that's where I actually want to ask you the question, because one of the things I was being told yesterday, because I'm not impressed by the idea of a sovereign wealth fund, was, hang on, give it a day, let them actually announce the details. They've announced some details. I'm still not that impressed by it. Paul, I saw you talking about the same thing. What is this giving us, that like the Canadian Infrastructure Bank and the Business Development Bank of Canada and all the regional economic development agencies, is this going to be the agency that finally unlocks the tsunami of investment in Canadian infrastructure projects?
So the best thing I can say is that the people in Champagne's office are not horrified by the question. I mean, I am so used to asking obvious questions around Ottawa, and people not replying, or replying with a line of boilerplate that doesn't begin to actually answer the question. I sent, first of all, I asked this stuff oddly on my LinkedIn account yesterday, and it went crazy. I got like 25,000 people saw that question on LinkedIn, and a bunch of people, I think I voiced a concern that a lot of smart people have. Stephen Gordon, the Dean of Economics at Laval University, is like, what the fuck, And so last night I sent quite a cranky email to the finance minister's office, to two people who are on the mailing list who I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting. I said, look, for a decade I've been trying to understand what's the difference between the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the Canada Growth Fund and BDC, and it'd be great if you guys could like explain it to me as if I was a child. Mm-hmm. And to my surprise, one of those people came up to me today and said, we can set that up for you. He was willing to carve out time in the lockup to give me the beginnings of an answer, but I said, no, let's just put a pin in it and we'll get back to it later. Concretely, what it says in the document is they're going to do a mandate review for all of these things. Because the question about the new thing isn't really a question about the new thing. It's, if there was something wrong with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, then why in the name of God have you not fixed the Canada Infrastructure Bank? And so, like, this is almost the least they owe us as a country. they're going to do a mandate review of all of these organizations so that they can spend the next several months coming up with answers to questions like, which door do I knock on if I want to build a port? Or,
That
Well,
seems
and
I
maybe
do
the
have to
weird way to do it, but okay.
yeah, it's a little kind of
a little
backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
backwards, a little backwards, but we'll take
But at
it.
least
I
they're
would
not like
also,
pretending I hadn't asked.
I
So
also would like
progress.
to give some praise to the federal government. I will take the opportunity to give praise where I can. There was an announcement a couple of months ago, no, a couple of weeks ago, essentially suggesting that Alberta and Ottawa had come to some landmark new understanding about not creating parallel regulatory processes on projects that fell under provincial jurisdiction. And this was hailed as like a great step for the MOU that the Alberta and Ottawa signed up for. And so I read everything I could find publicly about it, and I didn't understand it at all because, wait a minute, projects that fall under provincial jurisdiction and don't cross borders fall under provincial jurisdiction because they don't cross borders. So what are you announcing? What are you announcing? I don't understand. So I sent a note to one of the agencies that I thought was in charge, Narcan, and they said, no, we're not in charge. A whole other agency's in charge. Best of luck with that. So I sent a note to the other agency, and after a day or two, they got back to me. So it took 2 weeks to set up, but eventually they really were great. They set up a whole panel of people in the federal government to explain to me what they had announced, and they were fantastic. They were really polite, really wonderful. I was like, look, explain this to me as if I'm a child, crayon on construction paper, and they
Yeah.
did. And essentially, the way that they explained it is that there are actually certain things that fall under joint jurisdiction, and so what they had created was a pathwork to create more clarity about who was supposed to be regulating what. Now, this was basically what Ottawa and BC had already had for like 10 years, but essentially they created what Ottawa and BC had already just had under a more cooperative framework, especially now that the courts have legislated on what's constitutional, not constitutional with Bill C-69, which they really didn't like it when I called it the No More Pipelines bill. They were a little upset about that. But anyway, look, point being, I really think there is the beginning of an effort in Ottawa to try and talk to us about what they're doing.
Yeah.
I've seen that at the top. I haven't seen it trickle down yet. Like email random communication staffers, and you will still get. Our government is committed to optimizing the synergies on the 7-year timeline. But if you actually talk to someone who has some real power, they're more talkative than they were 2 years ago. I would agree with that. I still don't know why we have a major projects office instead of fixing the problems that led to the creation of the major projects office, and that will in 20 years lead to the creation of the mega projects office. But they're talking more. So Paul, I would agree with you on that one. Like the apprenticeship thing, did anyone care? And the only reason I ask this is because like I think we've been trying to figure out how to get more kids to go to trade school since I was in school.
So I worry that this is the latest Sabia gadget, that this is like the Canada Digital Adoption Program. And incidentally, they've got a sort of son of Canada Digital Adoption Program for AI take up in slightly larger businesses that the Logic reported on. Sabia likes Michael Sabia, the clerk of the Privy Council, the former chair of Hydro-Quebec, a former deputy minister of finance. He likes to empire build. He likes to have a big signature program that shows how important he thinks the problem is. And I think that this might be the prime minister. Carney won the Liberal leadership by promising to do better on skills. And this is a way to be seen doing better on skills. The numbers seem weird. They're promising 100,000. Is it red? I'm the guy who doesn't know. Red Star, red code.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I
Red
can't remember
Seal.
what's that, Jen?
Wasn't it Red Seal?
Red Seal.
Red Seal.
There
That's
you go.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
Border Girl knows
they're
that one.
they're promising 100,000 Red Seal graduates in the skilled trades in the next 5 years, but 40,000 were accredited last year, which means it almost sounds like a promise to slow it down. If for any individual person who's trying to go on their path to entering the skilled trades, the promise is that for a person who goes through this process, they'll be able to get to the workplace quicker. That would be good if it's true. But I've played in this film before with signature programs announced by Michael Sabia, and I'll believe it when I see it.
Paul, I got one more question for you, and that is, I mean, I'm in Alberta here, so I feel very much like an outsider to what's going on in the government of my country. But it does seem from a distance like this country is more or less being run by Mark Carney and like 4 dudes.
Yeah.
That seems like maybe suboptimal considering a G7 country is pretty big.
So can I just open up a parenthesis here? I got a new Mac yesterday, and it came in and it's got this thing. Does everyone have center stage on their webcam now, where the camera follows you around?
Oh, yeah,
it's
it's
really
insane.
obnoxious, isn't it?
I'm just learning
Yeah.
about it. I want to mess with that thing all night.
Jen heard me bitching about this in one of our just private Zoom meetings a few weeks ago because I would be sitting there and all of a sudden I would just start dropping out of the frame and I had no idea what was happening. It was my new computer.
So everyone's got a personal drunk cameraman.
Uh-huh.
Is the Carney government just basically four ducks in a trench coat? I mean, less now than it was. 2 things have happened. First of all, they've hired up pretty aggressively. So, like the case that got a lot of attention in the media bubble was that Scott Reed's son got brought in to do like video production or some goddamn thing, you know?
Well, that's what you really want in a functioning liberal democracy is like a technocratic class that's dynastic. That's you wanna have people and their kids hiring their kids over long periods of time. That's how you get the top talent in, I hear.
Yeah, well, I mean, Scott worked for a guy named Paul Martin Jr. So anyway, I don't want to visit the sins of the father onto the son. But not just the thing that we know because Scott talked about it for 3 weeks solid on Curse of Politics, but in a bunch of roles they have hired up. Policy roles, stakeholder roles, all sorts of things in ministers' offices, in the PMO. And the other thing is, I think I really got this impression talking to the person whose name I didn't retain from Francois Philippe Champagne's office. I think there are people who've now been in their jobs for several months and have decided whether they are going to act as though they're confident or whether they're going to act as though they're cowed. And some of them are acting as though they're confident, you know. There is no penalty, and there will never be a penalty for not returning a legitimate question from a guy with a Substack. And I don't think there's particularly reward for doing it. But this person decided it was reasonably part of their job, and so they came up on their own. Like, you know, they put on their big boy comms pants, and they came up and they did their comms work, you know. And I'm seeing that a bit more in various roles all over Ottawa. It's less of a fake government than it was in 25.
You know, Paul, I'll say to that, I think
a fake government, I'll take it.
Yeah, marginally more true government. And Paul, we'll let you go here, and you can go drain as many Cokes as you want off camera. And
that was one for the week.
Don't tell him he has to go. Don't tell him he has to go. He can hang out, man. That's cool.
No, I want to go.
Yeah, he wants to go, Jen. He's
Fine,
had
but
enough.
you have to create scarcity.
The one thing I would say, though, is like one of the reasons I've always liked talking to the military is, first of all, they have cool stuff. Second of all, the actual sense of duty, like we should respond when asked questions, is pretty entrenched there. Like if you can get someone in uniform, you will usually get an answer, even if it's just, I'm not allowed to tell you that, or sorry, no one's getting back to me. Like they'll at least get back to you. Mm-hmm. For almost 20 years in the industry up to now, which is depressing when I think about it, everything else hinged on basically the goodwill of someone inside who was willing to actually answer questions. And then you kind of had to learn to cultivate those people. You had to find them. You had to treasure them. And then like all of a sudden one day it's like, oh, okay, I guess now I'm passionate about fisheries because the person I've cultivated has got reassigned there. And that's the only thing I can get questions answered on, right? So if they actually are getting better at talking about this, that will be welcome. Paul, tell everyone where to go find your Substack.
paulwells.substack.com.
Could not have made that easier for me. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Have
Paul.
fun.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Jen, I just want to give you an update. So we've said,
how much damage am I doing here?
okay, I'm going to do it right now.
How bad is this going to get for me?
Okay, so we have said every $1,000 Jen has to have another glass of wine. We're only up 500 since then. So
That's
you're
still pretty good.
oh no, it's not bad. But check out the readtheline.ca or in the description on the YouTube. I think Phil's updated that. You'll be able to find the link to go throw us money. This is the last event of our fundraiser. We've been doing this for a week. We're going to shut up now. We are as happy about this as you are. I hate doing this. Like, I did not become a PBS person for a reason. So go to the links, throw money at us, and let's see if we get Jen to drink. So we're up 400. No, sorry, just under 500. So if we
I-
get to 1,000, Jen has to have another drink.
I don't mind asking for money, but you know,
It's just a lot every day.
it's a lot every day. It's just, I'm not opposed. I feel like I'm just like, we're doing our best here, man. Just
We are doing
so,
our best,
we're doing
just
our
like the
best.
entire government of Canada. We're all doing our best.
We're all doing our best.
All right, we're bringing on Scott Stinson now as scheduled. Scott's going to stick around with us for a bit. Then we are going to take some questions, Jen, from the audience. So, Phil, if you can start getting some of those fired up. Phil, maybe if you don't mind, I would say maybe grab them in a document and then kind of feed them to me one at a time, and then I'll thumbs up them when I've actually answered them. We'll just do that. Everybody knows I'm talking to Phil. He's a friend of the line. He's producing this for us, and he's moderating it. We're communicating through a group chat right now, so we got a lot of technology. And Scott is here. Scott, what is behind you?
That is a map of Canada with beer caps filling out the various provinces. At one point in its life, it was going to be like province by province, and then it was just way too hard to figure that out. So I just filled it with assorted beer caps.
Honestly, who is that kind of time? Okay, so Scott Stinson here, columnist. He covers Queen's Park for the National Post. That's where the three of us all met back in our National Post days. Scott's also a columnist here for us at The Line and helps us out on the editing side too. He's been an absolute godsend for me over the last few months. So his reward is being called in to work even more in the evening. Scott, we were just talking with Paul Wells just like a minute ago, about what was in the lockup, and he was in the lockup in Ottawa about the fiscal update here.
Yep.
So I'm not going to ask you a specific question. I'm going to throw just kind of I'm going to basically yield the floor to you here, but you can talk about the update if you want. But also, Jen and I didn't plan it this way. We weren't that smart. This is a coincidence. Today is the first anniversary of Mark Carney's election win. And that honestly hadn't occurred to me until someone else pointed it out. Jen, no one can hear you, but you are flagged as muted, which could be... But have you unmuted yourself? Are you like Zoom muted? Okay, so Jen's going to go figure out Jen's stuff. Scott, like, you'd better take this over, buddy. Things are falling apart already.
Yeah, so that is interesting about the 1-year anniversary. I hadn't realized that myself. But it is probably just as good a reason to talk about the fiscal update, the spring economic statement, which I don't think used to be a thing. Like, have we established that there didn't previously used to be a spring economic statement?
So here's what it was. It used to be the spring budget and the fall economic statement.
Right.
But was it Freeland who announced that? I don't remember, but somebody announced that was changing, and I don't know why. I don't know what the point of that was. Okay. But this is why we're doing this now.
Gotcha. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think the same thing I would say about the spring economic update would be the same thing you sort of say about the Carney prime ministerial run so far, which is that, I don't know, it's fine, I guess. I think we're all kind of like hoping that there's more to it in the end, other than a lot of hopes and dreams and promises of big things to be accomplished, but nothing too concrete to point to thus far. And really, the tenor from what I got of the thing today was like more of the same. Like, we have lots of great plans and it's going to be awesome, but we don't really have anything we can point to yet. And it also might get worse in the, medium to near term. So I think for people who, into the thing today, hoping that it's weird that they teased that there was good news in it, because I didn't get a whole lot of good news out of it, other than
the budget was slightly smaller.
Yeah,
the deficit, you mean?
Smaller.
Sorry, the deficit.
The deficit is a bit lower, but still, like, enormous. So, I mean, and obviously it was never not going to be enormous because of all sorts of factors that we probably don't need to go into. But so I guess I thought maybe there'd be something a little more concrete in terms of the good news, but there wasn't. And so I guess you're just supposed to go, well, this is sort of what we signed up for when he was elected last year, and nobody really thought that he'd be able to wave a magic wand and have things all sorted out in a year's time. And it turns out he has not. And the situation in the United States is just more chaotic, it seems, day by day. There's a war in the Middle East now. So, it is tricky because as much as I'm saying, like, it would be nice to have something concrete to point to, it's pretty hard to imagine what that would be given everything else, waves hands around, given the state of the world that we're in today.
All right, firstly, guys, I'm just going to interrupt by noting that I have changed my microphone. How does that sound to you? Is that better?
Sounds great.
Yeah,
Sounds great on this side. Yes, it's great. Thank you. I have resolved this. We are professional broadcasters. I swear to God.
This is what your donations go to support.
Is this, yeah, eventually, yeah. Actually, truth be told, the government of Canada paid for these headphones when I testified at committee. They were just like,
really?
Please get you have to get very specific headphones so that the translators can translate. Anyway, this costs something like $11 at Staples, but I had to get one of 5 very specific models, and I was reimbursed for it. So there you go.
What was the reimbursal process like?
I can't remember. I don't remember. Like, Matt, I have many strengths, many beautiful things about me. A memory for a reimbursal process is not it. That's not what anyone's expecting from me, okay?
My mistake.
There you go. Are we ready to have me start ranting about sovereign wealth funds and what they actually are and what they aren't, or do we want to wait until after I'm done my first glass of wine?
You know what? I have nothing better, so go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Go for it. Look, I've come to know a little bit more than I care to about sovereign wealth funds, particularly at the national and subnational levels as a result of living.
Has the Heritage Fund.
Sort of. And we'll get into that, the habitual failures of subnational sovereign wealth funds. Just a minute, Matt. I'm coming there. But I also lived in the States, I also lived in the Gulf states. So I have some familiarity with sovereign wealth funds from having some familiarity with how Gulf states manage their sovereign wealth funds. And one thing that really sort of baffled me as a part of Mark Carney's announcement yesterday was that he announced a sovereign wealth fund, because that's not a sovereign wealth fund. So a sovereign wealth fund, I'm going to lay into this here, is usually happens when you have a state that's overly reliant on a volatile commodity. Oil is most typical, but sometimes financial markets might also be an example. So this is where you have a state that's just bringing in way too much money on one single thing that goes up and down in price quite a lot. And it's hard to build like an annual budget around a highly volatile commodity, right? So Norway is pretty well known for its sovereign wealth fund. Saudi, I believe, do the Gulf states still have sovereign? Anyway, there's lots of different countries that will have sovereign wealth funds of some kind, and these things can serve a lot of different purposes, and they can be structured in a lot of different ways. But typically, what you do is you take all of the money, or almost all the money you're getting from, say, for example, resource royalties, and then you shove it in a bank account so that your government isn't reliant on up and down resource royalties to actually function, and instead is actually relying on some form of taxation or some sort of titrated taxation in order to run itself. Okay? Because if you don't do that and you totally depend on resource royalties, what you tend to get is either an economy that's almost totally fake, because you have what happens in a lot of the Gulf states where essentially the rulers buy legitimacy by taking their resource royalties and then giving everybody fake highly paid jobs, which is great for those people, except that then the entire private sector doesn't really exist or has to rely on expatriates working at a fraction of the price in order to keep the place running. And this creates massive issues, right? Or what you tend to have is you have like the Norway model. Sorry, I'm already getting ahead of myself here. God, I'm drinking. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing. Okay. So one of the solutions for this is you take all the money from the resource royalties, you take it out of the economy entirely. You run your actual government just on taxation revenue. And you say, okay, look, we're going to take all this money, we're actually going to invest it totally outside of the country, and all sorts of investments all over the world. And we're going to build this chunk of cash. We're going to build it up so large that eventually we're going to be able to use the investment income off of that capital, throw it back into the economy as like a government stipend, essentially, to keep parts of the government running, or invest that money into parts of the economy that the private sector can't really invest in to help create a more overall sustainable economy for that country. One of the countries that keeps on getting brought up is Norway. Norway's done this exceptionally well. Norway does not invest its sovereign wealth fund money back into its own country. There's a really important reason why it doesn't do that. All of that money gets thrown out to other countries. And then Norway might be able to enjoy some of the investment stipend. Now, over time, what happens is these investment funds become absolutely enormous, and the people are sustained not on the capital, but on the investment flows. Or what starts to happen is like you'll start to see what some of the Gulf states have done is they've taken some of their sovereign wealth fund money and then they invested in local projects, which are just totally off the wall moonshots. So like in Abu Dhabi, you had like Masdar, which was supposed to be a totally carbon neutral city, or they put money into things like governments really should be putting money into, like desalination plants, which are super expensive. Or they'll buttress, for example, kind of airline sectors, and the Gulf states have been really successful at that. Or you get really weird shit, like Saudi Arabia's done the Line, which is like this supposed to be this huge city in a line underground.
Totally different than this. Not this line.
Well, totally different than this, not this line. There are many lines, not this one.
Completely different thing.
The problem with some of these things is because these things are so fundamentally detached from economic realities, a lot of these things wind up just being horrific boondoggles, right? And you get these Ozymandias style growths in the desert that ultimately go nowhere, just totally flop. But you're dealing with countries that have so much money that it doesn't really matter. Like they can afford to throw $20 billion at a city in the middle of nowhere and let it rot because, well, we gave it a shot. We tried. We tried hard. You know what I mean? Like they can afford to do that. I can get more into like Saudiization and Emiratization stuff in a minute if you want. It's actually really interesting. But anyway, the whole point is that a sovereign wealth fund isn't a debt vehicle. A sovereign wealth fund is what a country does based on surplus resources, and then they use that as a vehicle to either invest outside of the country in order to create a kind of like stabilizing vehicle for their own government expenditures, or they'll potentially invest in sometimes their own country again using that sovereign wealth fund. But the track record for success on some of that reinvestment in their own country is really, really hit and miss. And what Carney has announced here, with again no details and no real clarification about what is going on, isn't a sovereign wealth fund because we don't have the surpluses to be investing into a sovereign wealth fund. Second thing, $25 billion isn't very much money. If you actually want to run a sovereign wealth fund, you need a sovereign wealth fund that has a plan to get to like trillions of dollars in order to do what a sovereign wealth fund is supposed to do, which is to diversify off of this particular investment or a commodity resource. Last thing, like nobody really knows exactly what this thing is, but it's either going to be funded like some kind of government bond program that is funded by debt, which is somehow different from all of the other investment infrastructure programs that we already have in existence that seem to be failing for reasons we don't understand, except we do. Or the other question is, if it's not going to be capitalized by debt, how are you guys going to be capitalizing this $25 billion fund? And one of the big fears in Alberta right now is that they're planning on capitalizing this fund
with the oil sands.
Well, not with the oil sands because they can't just take the oil royalties. But what's happened, well, really tricky, real tricky. Look, the concern here is that with the war in Iran, we know that oil's at $100 a barrel. The most profitable companies in the country right now are oil, gas, and critical minerals. In fact, they're having a banger year because, of course, they are $100 barrel of oil. So the concern here is that you're going to have a government that's trying to put a one-time windfall tax on these oil and gas company profits. And they'll just call it something like corporate profits, right? While ignoring the fact that there's one sector that's actually making huge corporate profits. So they'll try and fund this thing on a one-time windfall tax on corporate profits, which is really oil and gas profits. And then they'll put that money back into like some kind of strange government bond structure that then Canadians can buy into, which I'm sure they'll do en masse as opposed to going to actually high performing assets in other countries. But okay. And then this just basically becomes a pool of capital that allows the government to subsidize projects like high-speed rail that no private sector organization would dare touch because they're either misguided projects or misallocations of funds, or the regulatory burdens are just so high that nobody will touch us. And I think that that would be a bad idea in the middle of a separatist crisis.
I think, Scott, I'm going to yield this to you in a minute, and you can respond. Jen's unburdened herself, so Scott will respond in a minute. But what I will say is twofold. First of all, and I'm going to pick up on points Jen made, I know that they are talking about coming up with more money for this thing, and they're throwing about different ways. Jen's already mentioned one: encourage the public to invest, actually turn it into like a private savings or investment vehicle. Okay, fine, you can do that. There's also the different things Jen's talking about, whether it's a windfall tax or taking a minority equity stake in projects the sovereign wealth funds. So I understand the idea is for this thing to go beyond 25 billion bucks, but it's worth actually just looking at 25 billion bucks here. Jen just mentioned high-speed rail, ALTO. That the amount of money the federal government has come up with so far is below 1/3 the estimated cost of ALTO, and we all know it's going to end up being double. So, like, we're not talking a huge amount of money here. The amount of money the federal government has come up with would have built 2/3 of the length of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. So, like, if they can't come up with some bucks to throw at this, we're gonna have some problems here. But Scott, like, my concern with this, like, Jen has made, I think, the logical argument about concerns on the sovereign wealth front. I'm actually not that concerned about that. Like, I don't care exactly what we call it or how we structure it. I just want to know why we need another one of these damn things. Why can we just not go out there and say, hey, we're Canada, we're a stable country, we're rule of law, we're rich with natural resources, we have a high-tech economy, we are a good place to build things and make money back. Apparently, everyone with the money has concluded we're not.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And further to that point, and I think Jen raises a perfectly valid concern about whether or not they would do some sort of windfall tax on the oil patch. But were they to do that, and I don't rule out that as a possibility, like, that is a giant flashing light signal to any company that wants to invest in this country that if things get too good, the government might swoop in and say, "Oh, too many profits. We're gonna take some of those for us." And, like, you just could not have a worse signal at this time when you're trying to signal to international markets that you want Canada to be a place to invest than to be doing a one-time profit scooping exercise on companies that happen to be going through a good period right now through no real fault of their own. Like, that just seems wild to me as a concept, and I say that acknowledging that doesn't necessarily mean it won't happen, because I do think that is a fair concern that Jen brings up, and I can't say I'd be shocked. I just think it would have downstream impacts that would basically undermine the whole point of this exercise they're trying to do, which is to go out and encourage people to invest in the sovereign wealth fund. And to your point, Matt, about why we have this thing, unless I missed it entirely, I didn't really see a compelling case for what hole it is trying to fill. Because as we've mentioned, like, there's the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and there's all these different multi-syllabic things that are supposed to be vehicles for different kinds of big ticket investment. And I don't really understand why this one is specifically different, or what need it is supposed to be filling that the other ones couldn't be filling if they weren't able to get the money.
There's a story I heard years ago, and I'm going to not reveal who told it to me, but it's funny, which it was that years ago, Canadian industry, tech industry, resources, and anything, manufacturing, basically we're talking with the government about problems Canadians were having scaling up their businesses. And one of the problems they had was that like Canada's banking sector, very stable, well capitalized, but five highly regulated, highly protected banks. They were very conservative lenders. It was harder to get anyone to take even a small risk. Everybody only wanted to invest at the big five banks. They wanted to invest in only the safest things. And that was determining what kind of a country Canada could be. We could only actually scale up things that were very safe. And some of these industry leaders went to Ottawa and were like, we need to like actually have some competition in banking. We need to let in some American banks or some European banks. And the government's response was, instead of opening up the market to competition, was to create the Business Development Bank of Canada, which is basically this kind of government creature that is designed to lend money to businesses to help them scale up. But because it's a government operation, it became even more conservative than the banks. So our solution to an overly conservative banking sector was to create a government entity that was even more conservative. And then that having not worked, we wound up with things like, I was talking about this in my column, regional economic development agencies. We're talking about the Canada Infrastructure Fund. And there's a bunch of other things. And now we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund, or we will have the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I think we could all spend the rest of our natural lives, and may it be 1,000 years, creating new solutions to try and solve the problem. But unless we're actually trying to solve the problem, it's not actually going to work. We're just trying to come up with bypasses around the problem. I don't mind bypasses. I've had a lot of success bypassing dysfunction. Maybe it doesn't work on a national scale.
Well, I think the problem is that we have instituted love of regulation and lack of competition into like a Canadian value. Absolutely anything, but actually compete. Absolutely anything, but just try and reduce regulation. Anything at all. I mean, the funny thing is, as you were talking about banking there, Matt, you know what I instantly went to? I went to media. You want to talk? You want to talk about making Canada a much more competitive, vicious, more high accountability jurisdiction. We need more media. And one of the best ways to get more media into the industry would be to try and create incentives or try to open up the market for American and especially Brits. I need some British journalists. Like I need some really vicious assholes to come in here and build shop in Toronto and show us how it's done. But we'll never do that out of some sense of like, no, we need to protect our cultural sovereignty because we're so culturally insecure and so lacking in our own self, in our own confidence and our ability to compete on the world stage, that we cloister ourselves. And what's that ultimately leads to is a self-fulfilling prophecy where we create these oligarchies around our major industries. We make it impossible for small businesses to form and to scale up. It's already difficult to scale up just given the size of the economy. And then we assume they can't compete. So when they become a certain size, we protect them, right? And the whole thing creates a kind of sclerotic, I've used this term before, octopus economy, where your ability to succeed here fundamentally is rooted in your ability to self-deal and your ability to do rent seeking and your ability to lobby. And it's killing us. It's just absolutely killing us. And the answer, and I think why I think this has been the Sovereign Wealth Fund broke my heart so deeply. And Stephen Gordon, economist at Laval, said it best. He tweeted something to the effect of, "I will be genuinely heartbroken if Mark Carney turns out to be another Dominic LeBlanc." I felt that deeply in my soul. A guy who has an economics degree at Harvard, a guy who is as well educated as who had been a Bank of Canada and Bank of England governor, a guy who should, like, this economics should be his strongest suit. And he's going in here claiming like a sovereign wealth fund of $25 billion is going to fix anything with a straight face. Totally trashes his own credibility when he does that. Like that is what we hired him to do. We hired him to make us mean again. And he's sitting here being like, oh, well, here's another sovereign wealth fund on top of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, on top of the Canada Growth Fund. We'll protect you, little pandas. We're going to protect our little pandas.
We're trying to get that new defense bank here. I sent Jen just today, I saw an ad on Twitter, which is, I just thought it was interesting. A civic group, kind of like a civic booster group in Toronto of various Toronto luminaries, is funding an effort to draw the proposed defense investment bank that doesn't even exist yet, that the Allies have been talking about, to Canada here. So now we're going to get one of these. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund. We're going to have a Canadian infrastructure bank. We're going to have an allied defense and infrastructure bank headquartered in Canada. We're going to have the CPP. We're going to have the regional economic development agencies. We're going to have all the provincial funds. And in 20 years, Mark Carney Jr. will announce the mega projects office or something, because we still haven't built anything. Like, we will have built like the high-speed rail line will go from downtown Toronto to like Richmond Hill, which is like 12 miles north of Richmond Hill. Oh, Jen, are you going for a refill already? We're technically not there yet.
Look, I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting our $1,000 reality.
All right, let me take a look. We are
What are we
currently
doing?
$200 shy. We're up
Well,
800
look, I
since
don't
we
have
started.
I don't have to drink until somebody gives us the $200. Like, come on.
Okay, Jen
Come on,
has
guys.
a
It's
refilled
right
glass.
here. It's right here. Help me
$200
out.
and Jen starts
$200
drinking it.
bucks. You can do it. I was going to talk about why Canada has become a country of pandas. We're pandas.
You and I talked about that in a previous podcast, where I basically said what has happened to Canadians is that we are like penguins that have been beamed by like a Star Trek transporter into the Amazon, and we're looking around, we're going, this is really warm, and I don't know what this green stuff is. Like, Canadians are in a very different operating environment now geopolitically, and we're responding to it in all the same usual ways.
No.
The Americans are coming. We'd better create another development agency.
Look, no, we're pandas. Let me just take this analogy further, okay? Mostly useless. No survival instinct, will not fuck to save its own species, and we may need to be penned in and protected by the Chinese. Pandas. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's Jen at one glass of wine. So donate. Look below for the donation link. Once we get the extra 200, Jen can drink the second glass of wine.
Until then, I'll switch to water. I'll switch to water.
We'll see how long it takes in this live stream for Jen to once again be talking about survival fucking. So that'll be a highlight of the evening for everybody, I'm sure.
Matt, I just wanted to say, as you were rhyming off all the different banks and investment banks and things, the good news is they will all be available to buy advertising on Hockey Night in Canada in perpetuity. So, that's like win-win. Or the line, but let's be
advertising
honest.
at readtheline.ca. Yeah, I know. And the thing that really worries me, though, and one of the things Jen and I, Scott, and you know this, like you've been part of these conversations too, off the air. We've been talking about Canada's accountability deficit. The more of these organizations we have, the easier it comes to shuffle someone who has just failed spectacularly off to a cushy soft landing. True. It's like, well, you completely screwed up in your job, but don't worry, we're going to make you a VP at the Canadian Sovereign Wealth Fund. And you'll be taken care of, right? You're not going to miss a mortgage payment. Everybody knows that you're a good guy. Everybody knows you're doing your best. But you're not going to be working for the minister anymore, or you're not going to be in cabinet anymore. But don't worry, we have created. So, Scott, you're a Queen's Park columnist. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't that kind of what Ontario accidentally on purpose turned the air ambulance service into? It was like a landing pad for people who had to be gotten out of their other jobs.
Yeah, I mean, the Ontario government's big enough. It's like it's like a small country unto itself. That there are all kinds of things like that, sinecures and agencies that can be landing spots, and people who go through the party in power and then end up in some lobbying firm or government adjacent type role. There's certainly no lack of those positions available to be filled.
Jen, you are $33 away from being able to drink that glass.
God bless you. God bless you, one and all.
This is how we're creating our own sovereign wealth fund. Scott, we're going to take some questions here. You can stick around for them if you'd like, or if you want to drop off, that's totally up to you. But we've been telling people to send in some questions, so we're going to take them. If you want to stay, you can. If you want to bail, just give us a closing thought. Tell us what you want to do.
Oh, I'm going to go on because my daughter's going to be making noise in the other room shortly. But yeah, no, this has been great. I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys in a live setting as opposed to a Monday editorial meeting. And it's been great doing more work with you. And I encourage everyone to loosen their wallets and help Jen get loaded.
You have earned your keep, sir. Earned your keep.
And Scott, I'll just say it worked. Jen, you're good to go. We're now $27.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That's our first $1,000. All right.
Woo!
Thanks, Scotty. Talk to you soon.
Hey, gang.
Scott Stinson, columnist, editor, one of our newer teammates here at The Line, a man whose video is now frozen, so I will gracefully get rid of that. There we go. I'm not reporting that to Zoom, just removing Scott. There we go. Jen, you're good to go. So we have raised our first $1,000
God bless you.
during the live stream.
I am very depressed about the state of the country and the fact that I'm an old woman now. But one thing that I am really, really happy about, and one thing that restores my faith in my faith in humanity generally, is that people pay to hear us talk. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Does it
right?
restore your faith or confirm your doubts? Because I can go either way depending on the moment.
I don't hate myself, so I think it restores my faith. I think
Well,
it's good. I think it's good.
show off.
People fundamentally believe in independent commentary and independent journalism, and also independent commentary and journalism that doesn't pander to them. They want to hear, at least some people want to hear opinions that offend them a little bit, or set them off a little bit, or highlight something or askance of what they may be viewing elsewhere. And we're not a mass market product. We're a niche. We're niche casters. That's fine. But hey, we don't need to be mass market because we have people who love us for who we are.
We are now, for the record, the rule we've established is that every $1,000 will commit Jen to another glass of wine. Jen, we are now $53 into your third glass of wine. So
no. We're $53 into my second glass of wine because I started with one glass.
And you're having your second now.
And I'm having my second now.
And the donations committed you to this one. The next $1,000 will commit you to a third.
That's right. So we're into second wine, and now we're working toward the third wine. Also, people will be aware, and I'm just going to say this again for people who didn't start in with us. The reason why we're doing this is because I'm a notoriously poor drunk, and people find this very funny.
I really enjoy it. Every time I'm doing this, I'm thinking, did we pay the insurance rider? Did we? Yeah.
Right. But no, you are
We
laughing. You permit this. You permit this because it's funny, and everyone knows that it's very funny. So we're aware that at a certain point, I have a tendency to metabolize alcohol through my eyes. I start crying. And the whole challenge is whether or not we can get me to cry before or after the live stream is over. Because if it happens before the live stream is over, we can clip it and use it to embarrass me in the future. Yeah,
up until now, there's been no material on the internet anyone would want to use to embarrass you. So we have to work very hard to generate it in a bespoke fashion. Okay, so let me just reset this. We're now an hour or so into this. We were delayed by a couple minutes when we started this, just at 8 o'clock Eastern and 6 o'clock Mountain Time. We were briefly delayed just by technical issues, but our friend of the line, Phil, who's running this on our behalf, is feeding us questions. How do you send us questions? Go to the post promoting this live stream. It's at readtheline.ca. If you're a paid subscriber, you can leave a question as a comment. That's how we're taking the questions. That's how we know they're coming through our actual paid subscribers. Phil has some ready for us now. I'm going to need to freshen my own drink in a minute, Jen, but let's do the first.
Have you even started? I think I'm like a full drink ahead of you.
I don't drink a lot of alcohol anymore.
That's fair.
So I haven't given up alcohol. It's just that there's just been a lot of stuff I've been dealing with on the home front lately, and it's kind of felt like I don't want to dull my senses in the middle of dealing with kind of a family situation. But I think tonight I will have a beer. No one has to donate. I will have a beer tonight, so I will join Jen momentarily on that. But anyways, readtheline.ca, the main post up there right now. If you're a paid subscriber, leave your question as a comment, and Phil will pick it up and feed them to us. And Jen, on that note, let's actually take a question here. How many of the resource development issues involving Indigenous bands can be resolved through legislation, and how many depend on judicial discretion, making them more difficult to address? Man, that is not a question I feel competent to answer. As I reach for my copy of the Constitution, I will say, and this is a polite dodge of the question. The honest answer is I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not nearly smart enough.
Can you? I'll try. Can you read it again?
How many of the resource development issues involving Indigenous lands can be resolved through legislation, and how many depend on judicial discretion, making them more difficult to address?
Yeah, I
It
think
strikes
the
me as,
answer is
Jen, it kind of
neither.
depends.
It's kind of
Yeah,
a false dichotomy. So one
exactly.
of
Like
the
it depends on who decides to negotiate.
yeah, so one of the challenges about getting things like pipelines through British Columbia in particular that makes British Columbia very specifically challenging is two
Jen, pardon me
things.
the interruption. When you answer this, I am going to grab that beer. I'll be back in
No,
10
grab your
seconds.
beer. I'm gonna do my best here. I'm gonna do my best. Focusing. Here I am. Okay. Is that so much of British Columbia is essentially unceded territory. So the reason why you can build significant infrastructure out in places like British Columbia is because, sorry, in Alberta, for example, is because Alberta is mostly settled on treaties. Like we have come to historical agreements with First Nations communities that have lived in this section of the world since time immemorial. And we have agreed upon treaties where they own these specific tracts of lands and the crown has these specific obligations to them. And so when you're trying to, say, build a pipeline through Tsutsina, or through Fort Chipewyan or whatever, we have established bands to work with. There's an established negotiation process, and essentially you're having a conversation with the landowner or the nation owner, and there's very rarely any real dispute about where ownership lies and ends. So you can just, sit down with the band leader and say, like, look, here's what I'm offering, and the band leader can say yes or no, and like whatever. This gets radically more complicated when you're dealing with British Columbia because there aren't settled treaties on a lot of these places. And like I think the last settled treaty, if I do recall, although correct me if I'm wrong, was Haida Gwaii back in the 90s. Those treaties take generations, I mean, quite literally generations to settle. You have the Cowichan ruling, which now has complicated things, and you now have the Musqueam ruling as well, which is complicating things. Um, but there's tons of land in British Columbia that is unceded. So there are bands claiming that, for example, would say like my great grandfather ran trap lines through this section of land. Therefore, I have a claim and a stake in the conversation and consultation that must occur when you have stuff going through here. TMX, for example, has been a pipeline that's been in existence. That route's been in existence for more than 60 years. There are still areas where that pipeline goes through where I believe there are bands that claim that that pipeline has gone through their unceded territory and they weren't adequately consulted about it like 60 years ago, right? So if you're talking about creating an entirely new pipeline route from Fort Mac through to Kitimat, that's going to go through not just the property that we've already delineated and understand who that belongs to, but now potentially any band that has a claim to unceded territory on that space has a right to be consulted under the law. And that just because there's still so much of that still up in the air and still under negotiation, under generational negotiation. That's an almost insoluble problem to resolve, is the actual answer.
Jen, I don't remember. So Jen was in Calgary working for me and other comment section editors at the National Post editorial board. Were you in Toronto? Because you were there for a few months. Were you there when we had the conversation about the giant hose?
Working with you mean?
Not at the time. Now, but not then.
It was not my understanding of the arrangement.
Yeah, I know. That was very clear. So we had this joke that what we needed to do was build this gigantic high pressure spigot in Alberta and just aim it at the BC coast and then have a big funnel floating in the water 12 miles offshore.
Mm-hmm.
And the stream of Alberta oil would just fly over BC and then land in a funnel floating and then just drain. Because we looked at the maps of where the land claims were settled. And in theory, you can zigzag in it like a utility corridor or a pipeline, but it ain't easy.
No,
And
it's not, especially when you look at the terrain problems as well around building in British Columbia, especially a pipeline isn't easy just because of the mountains. It's a whole big issue. Excuse me, I'm going to scream at my son here.
that line podcast touch, it's always very important. Even on a live stream, it's important that we yell at our children at least a couple of times. Jen, you are now $200 into your third drink.
Oh, fantastic. Well done. The shtick about the whole unceded territory apparently was the thing. Anyway, look, at the end of the day, constitutionally, the second a pipeline crosses a provincial border, it is federal jurisdiction, right? It's not for a province can't say I veto this or I veto that. Practically speaking, a province can make all kinds of trouble in terms of like local permitting obstructions and all sorts of issues of that nature to make it really, really hard for a pipeline to get passed if the province doesn't actually agree to it. And on top of that, you have had a history of what we would call lawfare. So green groups, but also indigenous backed groups and indigenous backed groups who have been funded explicitly to try and stall things like the Trans Mountain TMX, the TMX pipeline from its expansion aims. And these types of lawfare groups, when combined with unceded territory issues and when combined with duties to consult, which are now enshrined in law, but not necessarily always clearly spelled out in what duty to consult actually means. It doesn't mean veto, but it does mean a duty to consult to a certain good faith level, can stall pipelines and major projects for like decades, right? It's one of the reasons why TMX, which you will recall, used to be owned by Kinder Morgan. Kinder Morgan was planning to expand the pipeline. Again, this is a pipeline that had been in existence for 60 years, been working 60 years. But in the height of the pipeline wars over the last 10 years, Kinder Morgan said, not only are we not going to continue with our expansion plans, which were actually hugely necessary, but we're going to sell this pipeline altogether because this whole thing has become such a goddamn PR liability. We don't even want to run the existing pipeline that we've been running profitably anymore. So Kinder Morgan basically went to the government and said, we're out. We don't even want to be here anymore. And that's what essentially forced the hand of the federal government to buy TMX and to finance the pipeline. And of course, we've radically over budget in terms of the TMX expansion. When the TMX expansion was first purchased by the Trudeau government, there was a lot of talk about, hey, we'll get Indigenous ownership on this, and then that's one of the ways we're going to get quote unquote social license for the buy-in. Well, that doesn't seem to have materialized now, does it? Now the pipeline is radically over budget. We will be needing another pipeline, not immediately, like the crisis isn't huge in terms of pipeline undersupply at present, but like we will need another pipeline in the next 10 to 15 years. So it is a conversation we need to be having right now, but we're not going to fix the treaty rights issues in British Columbia in the next 10 years. That's not going to happen.
No, it's going to be centuries.
Yeah, that's going to be a minimal generational project. So at a certain point, you just need a federal government who's willing to step in and be like, I'm going to eat the political blowback and I'm going to force the pipeline through.
Yeah.
If we need it, we need it. And
that also will.
Who's going to do that? Who's going to do? I mean, but I mean, look, are the conservatives going to do that?
No.
No one's going to do that.
I know.
So we have to find another path, and that's where the Port of Manitoba, the Churchill port, starts to come into the conversation as well.
We do have a question about that, but I want to throw this one at you. Total change of pace here from what we just said. This question comes in from Calvin. And remember, we have a post supporting this live stream up at readtheline.ca. Go there. If you're a paid subscriber, you can leave a comment with your question, and Phil will pick it up and feed it to us here. And if you want to see Jen have a third drink, keep those donations coming. The link to donate to wrap up our fundraiser is in the show notes on YouTube and on readtheline.ca. So throw a few bucks at us and encourage Jen to behave badly. You are now almost $300 to your third drink. We're a little bit shy of that.
Well done.
So
apparently all anybody needs is just really rapid fire info dumping on obscure topics of interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what we all dream of. Totally different conversation here. This is from Calvin. The Manitoba government is proposing a ban on social media and AI for minors. How enforceable will this be realistically, and what privacy risks are at play? I don't know the privacy elements issue. I don't view this as a privacy issue. One of the ways you can improve privacy risks for minors is to do your best to get them off devices. But I think the actual pragmatic question here is enforceability. I mean, is there any story older than kids figuring out ways to bypass what the adults are trying to protect them from? Like, I remember my daughter was 6 or 7, and she's a teenager now, when I realized she knew things the iPad could do that I just never knew it could do before. And no one had taught her. She just was more intuitive with that stuff than I am. Remember when Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
No.
No, that one slipped your mind? Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, I remember my kids
Charlie
came home. Yeah, exactly. My kids came home from school, and I was telling them, hey, so this thing happened today and I don't want you to see it because it's very upsetting. So let's just stay off our devices. And my daughter's like, oh, the dude getting shot in the neck? Yeah, we saw it. We all saw that at school already. Like the proliferation of this stuff was incredible. Like one kid with a phone that was connected to something standing there in the schoolyard, a big group of kids around them, watching over and over Charlie Kirk get shot in the throat. The ability to contain this stuff is gone. In Ontario, like, so Calvin was asking about Manitoba. Ontario today, Jen, just today, is talking about banning cell phones entirely from school property. No, that's stupid. You know, like
No, that's not stupid. Like I
you're,
realize that you're
it's
never going to
never going
get
to work.
No, you're never going to get 100% enforcement, but you're never going to get 100% enforcement on a lot of things kids do. But you have to establish a boundary and a rule around some of this stuff. I mean, look, I've been in classes where they've done the whole welcome to phones attempt, and they try to teach kids on classes, and it's chaos. Nobody's learning anything. Look, you'll never successfully ban sex for teenagers. Like that's never going to happen. But you need to establish a community standard. You need to establish a rule to break. Look, as for social media bans, look, yes, you can get Instagram, Facebook, whatever the kids are using nowadays. I know they don't use those things because we're old. Look, Snapchat, Tinder, you can establish laws
Hope
that
not.
says that these organizations have to have some kind of barrier for kids under the age of X. I mean, look, if you make it 18, that's a little bit easier to enforce because then you can demand things like a driver's license or whatever, some government ID to sign on. That's probably too restrictive for anything that Manitoba is discussing here. So you can force these companies to put at least some obstacles to having kids sign up for these things, right? Is it going to be perfectly enforceable? Absolutely not. Everyone knows. We all went drinking in the woods. We all did that. We all did.
This
You know,
morning.
we all smoked pot in the woods. We all understand that children and kids and teenagers are going to try and get around and subvert norms and rules. That doesn't become the argument for not having norms and rules.
I think it's fine to have the norm and rule that you don't bring them in the classroom, and I'm okay with confiscating them, but keeping them off school property. What you're going to run into immediately is some kid who has to take the bus to school, like the TTC or something, and their parents are going to be like, "My kid never showed up from home." Left home,
Yeah,
never showed
but
up at school. There was no phone. Like I don't put them in your locker, put them in a box in the classroom. I actually
okay,
don't care about that.
that's
But keeping them off school properties is never going to work.
look, that's a reasonable compromise, but I want to point out something you just said here because that's actually the constituency that is opposed to this. It's not the kids, it's the parents. It's parents who are paranoid about letting their kids wander around the world without access to them. This is about helicopter parenting. It's not actually about kids' cell phone use. And I just want to say, like, you and I grew up in a world without cell phones, Matt. We did. I took
Sort
the
of.
bus without a cell phone. I got home by myself without a cell phone. I had a job at 16. I didn't have a cell phone.
How old were you when you got your first cell phone?
I think it was probably like into university before I got my
Okay.
first cell phone. I remember still having like VoIP landlines, man.
Yeah.
Landlines, man. Like that was where I lived. Cell phones were expensive. They were
Mhm.
so expensive. But we grew up in a world where our parents didn't have 24/7 access to us at all times. And I think that was good.
Um. Yeah, but I also don't want to romanticize it just because it's what we had. Like I think
I do. I want to romanticize it because it's what we had.
yeah, and that's fine. Like I'm gonna let you, but being a parent and especially kids are late elementary school age. Daughter will be heading off to high school next year. Being able to communicate with them in real time has helped me, but it's also helped them. Like they have called us at moments where they were needing us, right? And I think one of the things that God, this is here. I said a minute ago I didn't want to romanticize things, but here I'm about to do it. There's no payphone infrastructure left. Like that, there was a whole supportive communication infrastructure that you and I learned to use when we were kids and teenagers. It's just gone now. My kid saw a payphone a couple years ago and said, "What's that?" Like,
Okay, and like I said, I think like asking the kids to keep the phones in the lockers or something, I think that's a reasonable compromise for that point. Um, But you learn to be resilient when you don't have other options. You can ask people for help. You can go into a shop. You can do all kinds of things. Like I remember one time when I was
Is that what we did? We learned resilience.
I remember taking the bus home from school one day and a dude followed me home. I had no cell phone. And of course, I was in a pretty not like rural area, but like I was in not like there was a big forested area next to me and I didn't have people around me. And I remember having to like run into a Starbucks and get someone to call the police for me. Like that, you figure out ways to get smart about these things. Now, I'm not saying that I want that situation replicated for my
And
kids.
that's what we're reaching for.
That's what we're reaching
The
for.
panicked run to the Starbucks to call the police, just like when we were kids.
Just like when we were kids. But you know, I would want my daughter to have a cell phone if she were taking the bus. I'm down with you on that. I'm good with that. But there's something to be said for over coddling kids and not teaching them to be resilient in the face of not having certain conveniences like cell phones. What if your daughter didn't have a cell phone? What would she do? Right? Like, how would she adapt to that situation? How would she adapt to a situation if she couldn't call dad?
I'm just sort of picturing in my mind like immediate human extinction. Like you were saying a few minutes ago that like Canadians are panda bears. I think withdrawing the cell phones from anyone under the age of 40 would be the equivalent of withdrawing our bamboo supply.
Yes, and I'm thinking that's bad.
Yeah, it is, but I also think we might have gone too far. Like the more interesting part of the question for me was AI.
Is there a compromise conflict position on this one? No.
Do you want to? Yes, there is actually, but people are going to hate it. Old school Nokia.
Yes.
Phones.
Yes. Old school Nokia phones.
Telephones that every kid is allowed to have, but not a smartphone.
Yes.
And I also think in general, like I've read an article about this. Some people are deliberately choosing to opt out and return to like Nokia style or actual flip phones, not smartphone, not things that are connected, where you can maybe send a basic text message or take a phone call. But that's the compromise. Remember I wrote that column?
Snake's coming back.
I wrote that column a few months ago talking about actually like we should maybe actually think about how to deliberately devolve the internet. Like we've probably, as a civilization,
nuclear bombs and destroying it all.
I'm hoping it doesn't.
Okay.
Like I'm hoping we do it in a way before.
I'm fine with doing fundraising appeals by mail. We can do that. I can bring that back.
Be a lot more work. I don't want to do that. I just want to encourage people to hit that donation link. You can find it in the show notes or at readtheline.ca. And when we get, where are we now? So in about another $700, Jen will be obligated to take a third drink. So you're sassy eating. I know the way you're eating right now. That second drink has already gotten you. Okay, one more question here. You're sassy eating. I know it. I can read your moods.
You're not wrong.
Okay. You mentioned Port of Churchill. So we're pivoting from something very vibey and cultural. We're making a pivot now to something a little more granular here. Basically, the question from R, not a first name there, just a first initial. The Port of Churchill expansion is being viewed as a ticket to wean Manitoba off of equalizations. Realistic or fiction? I don't know what R means. Does he mean that it would wean them off or that the Port of Churchill will be developed? Look, if you throw enough money at anything, you can develop it. It'll take forever.
I think what he's suggesting that this might help Manitoba develop economically to the extent that it no longer requires equalization, particularly if it's getting some kind of cut of any oil that's going through the port of Churchill. I have no idea. I'm not an economist. I'd need to do the math on that, and I can't.
Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your attention to this matter. But look, I think that it would be very good for Manitoba and very good, especially for the NDP, if they could demonstrate policies that aligned with long-term economic success. So if Wabkinew manages to be the most development-friendly premier in Manitoba's recent history, and Manitoba's economy 3 or 4 years from now is going on all gears, that's a win for Manitoba. That's a win for Wab. And that's actually a huge win for the NDP because, of course, one of the major weaknesses that the NDP has as a party is the perception that they're a bunch of fruitcakes who can't or don't want to engage in capitalism. And I just don't think that that's a winning position in 2026 going into 2035. We'll see where we are after 2035. Everything could fall apart after that. But right now, socialism and mud huts and non-development is not the winning proposition for people. So
I will, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to answer the other way we could interpret ours question, and whether or not it's feasible to develop the Port of Churchill. Here is my scintillating answer. This is the content line subscribers pay us the big bucks for. I have no idea. But what I mean by that is not that I'm ignorant. It's one of those interesting issues, and you run into these. And Jen, I'm sure you've had this experience in your career too, where you're trying to figure out, as a writer, as a journalist, you're trying to figure out, is something a good idea or is it a bad idea? Is it legit or is it bad shit? And you honestly don't know. And you go out and you find the experts. That's actually, in a weird way, if I were to describe what our real value in a society is, it's that experts talk to us. And like, if some just totally random dude emails an expert, they're probably not getting a response. When we do get a response. And I have interviewed a ton of people about the feasibility of developing the Port of Churchill. First of all, for economic purposes, potentially also as a naval base or some kind of military facility to support our Arctic strategy. And one of the things I have found is that the experts are split. And like, I haven't been able to figure out yet who is in the right on this one. I don't know if it's 50-50. I admit I haven't done a poll of the experts, but I talked to some people on this who were genuinely very smart. And they're like, yes, the Port of Churchill would be a huge asset, especially with the ice thinning out. It would give us all new access to markets. It would bypass the Rockies and some of those indigenous land issues that Jen was talking about before. And also it would be an excellent facility for the Navy and potentially the Air Force. Then I talked to other equally credentialed experts who go, this is the most idiotic thing that I get asked about regularly, and it's never going to work, and we should stop talking about it. And these are all smart, incredible people. So my honest answer is I have no idea. But if Manitoba wants to try, for all the reasons Jen said, go for it. I actually think that could work.
I also just admit to a certain sort of despondency bias here, which is that, yes, I'm aware that the high-speed rail plan into Montreal and Toronto is probably going to be a giant boondoggle, but I don't care anymore because I want this country to prove that it can build something, anything at this point. I kind of feel the same way about the Port of Churchill. Like I would take it. Even if it's a fraction of what we're hoping it could be. At this point, I would take the moonshot just to prove that we can still take moonshots in this country.
Okay. You know what? I agree with that. And you know what? 15 years late and billions over budget, or 5 years late, I guess, and billions over budget, they finally opened the Eglinton Crosstown, and it's amazing. Like, it actually has made a meaningful difference in my ability to get around in my own city. And every time I ride the damn thing, I'm like, what took so long? Like, why wasn't this thing open years ago? Okay, Supriya Dwivedi is in the lobby. We're gonna bring her in 2 minutes. So Supriya, if you can hear me, to stick around, we're gonna drop you in here. Question, and this is an interesting one, Jen. This is from Russell. Russell was looking at your Twitter feed, which always makes me nervous.
Don't do that. That was an error.
As per Jen's post today, Russell asks, is Pierre indeed better at economics than our PM? And if he is, does Matt owe him an apology?
Oh, that's mean. It's mean, Russell. Mean but fair. I think that Pierre is a smart guy, and I mean he's policy smart, he's wonkish smart. And I think that his informational ecosystem is really narrow. And by that I mean he's generating an understanding about the world, and particularly around economics, from a pretty cloistered group of people who have very high ideas about things like cryptocurrency and issues of that nature. That being said, if you have some familiarity with some of those spaces, they're not all crazy. They're not all positions. I mean, one of the things that Pierre gets a lot of shit on, for example, was when he started talking about cryptocurrency as a reserve currency, for example. And I think that I wrote about this at the time, and I was like, you are aware that there were analysts from like Goldman Sachs talking about comparing cryptocurrency to gold as a reserve currency at the time that he was talking about that. That was not actually some completely ridiculous pie in the sky idea if you understand what role cryptocurrency serves in, sorry, what role reserve currency serves in the system. He wasn't saying, or at least I don't believe he was saying, that Bitcoin should replace the dollar. What he was saying that if you have an otherwise diversified portfolio, cryptocurrency can serve a similar function to what gold could serve, which is kind of like it's a bulwark against currency volatility. But the way that that was interpreted by the media, who aren't in those information spaces and still regard crypto as kind of this fringe weird thing, was here's bro Pierre going at it again. And I think that was unfair. I think Pierre got an unfair rap for that comment. When Pierre says that Carney's been wrong on everything, and then he lists all the things that Pierre's been wrong on. Sorry, when Pierre says that Carney's been wrong on everything, and then lists all the things that Carney's supposedly been wrong on, I think that list is pretty thin. I think the list is pretty weak. One of the things he put on social media, for example, was like, here's an example, Carney was wrong on carbon taxes. And I'm like, well, what do you mean wrong on carbon taxes? Carney rescinded the carbon tax because it wasn't politically viable. That doesn't mean that the carbon tax was quote unquote wrong. I think one of the things that people from Pierre's information space tend to run into a lot is the you guys missed the call on inflation post-COVID. And by that, they mean the general consensus of economics and experts really underplayed or undersold the possibility of an inflationary crisis post-COVID. And there were non-experts, Pierre included, who were just like, yeah, that's not reflecting the world that I'm living in the grocery stores I'm shopping in. And those people were right at that one moment in time. The thing that I caution those people about, and I said this like 2 weeks ago in our podcast, I predicted that the experts were wrong on inflation at that particular moment too.
Yep.
That doesn't make me an expert in economics.
Yeah.
That means that my gut was right at that one moment in time for that one moment of time. That's it. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that I can go to experts like Trevor Tombe and be like, 20 years studying this really arcane and interesting topic is now invalid, because it just isn't. I don't know more about economics than those people, and it would be stupid for me, and it would make me look stupid to pretend that I did. And Pierre falls into the trap of thinking that because he's got one or two things right over time, that makes him more
Smarter.
globally intelligent than I think the evidence portrays. And I say that even absolutely granting the fact that Pierre's actually a really smart guy. He's a really smart guy.
So we're going to bring in Supriya right now. So I'll wrap this up, Jen, and then we'll take more questions at the top of the hour. So keep them coming. Readtheline.ca. If you're a paid subscriber, you can leave a comment under the post promoting this live stream, and that's how we'll get our questions. Friend of the line, Phil, is looking at that. And keep hitting that donation button. Jen is $500 away from her third drink. So
amazing.
Our next $500 worth of donations will commit Jen to a third drink. I'm going to bring Supriya in now, but what I'm also going to say while Supriya joins us, Jen, is I do still think there's a bit of kind of a weird flexing going on where Pierre is kind of working through his own stuff when he says Carney's bad at economics.
Isn't it just?
That kind of strikes me as like, oh yeah, well, I'm a way better hockey player than you. It's like, well, are you though? All right, we want to bring Supriya on. Supriya, we love having you. We love talking to you, but I have to immediately complain to you. You didn't send me your preferred bio. So you're going to have to introduce yourself. Because I can tell you that you're Supriya Dwivedi, but I don't know your current title, affiliations, and all that stuff. So I can say that you're my friend and that we've done a lot of media together. But like, I don't want to get you in trouble with a boss you may or may not have by not identifying you correctly.
No, yeah, that's fine. I write. I'm a contributing columnist for the Star and the National Observer, and I'm on Power and Politics, and I do every Monday with Ryan Jesperson on Real Talk.
And you had a pretty cool job up until about a year ago. What were you doing then? You're still really cool. You just had a cool job up until about a year ago.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I kind of had the coolest job when we hosted a morning show together.
That was cool.
But yeah, I was a senior advisor to Prime Minister Trudeau and I did a smorgasbord of stuff. Everything from like foreign interference, to like AI and online harms policy, to like prepping him for PMQP.
So when I invited you on earlier today, which by the way, thank you for coming because I did not give you the courtesy of like a proper invite. I was basically like,
Or
we weren't going to talk politics, but now we are. So I need
yeah.
guests who can talk politics. Please come on. And you had basically said, and this is the rapport Supriya and I have. She said, "Sure, I'll come on, but I haven't paid any attention to what happened today. So don't ask me anything that happened today," which is fine. But let me tell you this, Supriya, by a stupid coincidence, we were not smart enough to plan this. The last live stream we did was exactly 1 year ago today.
Oh.
It was election night. Today is the 1 year anniversary of the last federal election, and we forgot about it. It's just a coincidence.
So did I.
So, surprise.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary, Mark Carney, elected government. Can I ask you a very generic question first, and then we can actually dive a little bit
Always.
deeper into it?
Yeah.
What do you think about the last year? Like, as someone who has been inside the government and been inside a liberal government, how are you feeling about things? How are you actually thinking of the last year has gone?
I mean, I think it's gone as possibly as well for the government as they could have surmised. And, it's interesting that you noted that it was like a year on from the election, because I remember like that night speaking to, very senior liberals that would have been on the campaign, and they were, disappointed. They were obviously very happy that they won, but there was this resounding sort of like, ah, man, we didn't get that majority. And I was like, guys, you did amazingly well. You literally brought back the party from the dead, formed government, clawed back, able to beat back Polyev with his monstrous lead or whatever else. And now that they have that majority, I would say less than a year that they clinched it from when they were elected. I think that's an amazing feat. So from the partisan perspective, like, of course, right? Like, I think they've done incredibly well. I think with respect to like the main thing that the government was elected to do, which is to deal with the U.S., I couldn't give them a better grade as a Tiger mom than what's actually been going on. I think they've stick handled it very well. They're obviously dealing with an arguably bad faith administration, and they've done as well as they possibly could have under those circumstances. But yeah, I mean, like, I obviously have my gripes. I've written and I've spoken publicly about how I don't think they're taking foreign interference seriously, either from China or India or Iran. I don't think that they are taking issues of like privacy and, general dystopian tinfoil hat wearing stuff seriously. And I think that's a bit of a shame. And that's also, full disclosure, some of the files I would have worked on. So I was more familiar with them from a policy lens. But, I would argue that a lot of the stuff that they've done on like defense policy is also very good. And, you being a defense nerd, I'm sure you can appreciate some of the changes that the government would have made. But anyway, I've been rambling now. So
No,
yeah, that was a very long-winded answer.
No, not by our standards. That was actually
Okay.
quite concise by our standards. On the defense front, I actually think, no, let me step back. I'm going to answer this better. I like a lot of what the government is saying, but what worries me is that this government might end up being like its immediate predecessor, which is you say a thing and then you're kind of
And then that's
shocked.
the thing.
Yeah. And then you're
Yeah.
shocked 5 years later when it hasn't happened. It's sort of like, like walking up to the Jordan and slamming it with your staff and the waters do not part. And it's like, well, okay, but like we made the announcement. Like we had the 5 year plan. Like we staffed up the office. Why haven't things changed yet? The one thing, and I know it's such a dumb thing, and I'm not being shitty about this. I'm not damning with faint praise. The actual best thing I think Carney has done so far is giving the military a pay raise. Because that was just one of those incredibly obvious things that, first of all, did move us closer to the defense target and also helped with the recruiting and retention problem.
Mhm.
And all it took was more money. And I think we're all reconciled. We're spending all the money now anyway. I have been reading your stuff, and I think it's interesting. And I want to ask you a question. How does it? Okay, don't blow your sources here and don't get yourself in trouble. But when you criticize the government, how is that received?
Yeah. I mean, it depends from who.
Immediate
Like,
laughter.
I mean, that's a very, like, it depends from whomst you're asking that about. I mean, a lot of what I get is, that's amazing. You're so brave for saying what you're saying. And what's interesting to me is that, like, Gurney, you've known me for a very long time, and Jen, arguably, we've been in the same circles for a while too now, right? Like, I don't think I've changed very much over the years. And like when I was hosting a morning show with you, it's not as though I was like a hyper partisan person that only sang the praises of the Trudeau government. I was like regularly criticizing them on, a myriad of issues. They tend to be a little thicker skinned, I would say, than some of the Carney folks are. And I find that interesting. But, there's also still new at this. So maybe they'll develop a thicker skin with time. I don't know.
Sabrina, I gotta ask you, sort of girl to girl here.
Yeah.
I'm
One
just gonna
thing.
leave.
Yeah, no, get out, Matt.
Turn my camera off.
I need,
I'm
I
leaving.
need your perception, because I mean, like,
Yeah.
you've been on the journalism side of this divide, but you've also been the PMO side of this divide. In 2015, we had the famous, like, we're going to run a gender equal cabinet
Yeah.
because it's 2015. And as a woman, I can't help but notice bit of a sausage party at the Prime Minister's office.
I hadn't noticed. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? What
I
know?
don't see race or gender, Jen.
I don't see race or gender.
What's a
But-
sausage party?
Gurns.
Girl, come on now. Look, I don't love tokenism. I don't think that that's appropriate. But I do think that if you're looking around a table at a high level and you're
Yes.
seeing a lot of people who look and sound just like you and have similar backgrounds to you, then you should be asking yourself some questions about talent you may be missing.
Jen just described every table I've ever sat at.
Yeah, Gurney, we know. We are aware.
I mean, I would have been at some of
Thanks,
those
guys.
tables
Gotta
at
go.
least, so I
Yeah,
at least
get out.
break that. Yeah.
And the reason why, and I'm not saying that things have to be,
Yeah.
perfectly equal or perfectly proportional or anything like that. But there's
Because
a certain
it's 2026.
because it's 2026 and whatever. But I do think that we are in a position where it should be all hands on deck. We should be putting our brightest and best into positions where they can actually be useful. And when I look around to the people who are in power in this government right now, I'm asking myself, what talent is not at the table and why isn't it there?
Yeah, I mean, those are great questions. And so I'm glad you kind of like put it in your opening that it wasn't about like a box checking exercise or a quota checking exercise or whatever. I always found it's like you get better outcomes when you have more people around the table, just and it goes for again, like it's not just a gender or race thing, but also like background. You don't want just a bunch of lawyers around the table, right? Like you
absolutely.
want people of other. So yeah, I mean, look, I think it's definitely noticeable. The other thing I would say is that there, and that's not to downplay or belittle the senior women that are around Carney, because there are senior women. Like, I mean, the person that's running, most of the Canada-US trade file out of the Prime Minister's office is a woman who's very competent, very smart. And that's not to down his director of communications, again, a woman. Like, that's not to downplay any of their roles. He's a deputy chief of staff, again, a woman. But the one thing that I find interesting that stuck out to me early on when Carney was elected was a lot of this talk about, he's not a normal politician. He's a cool politician. He's more like a CEO. And it's like, yeah, okay. From what era, though?
Right.
Because in a lot of the, you have to be there in person. You can't take a call while you're, doing pickup or drop off. It's like you're automatically kind of like boxing out young parents who most of the time are like younger moms.
Right.
So, and, out of the senior women that I'm thinking about off the top of my head that are around his immediate orbit, none of them are moms. And so it's an interesting tidbit. And I think, it comes out in terms of policy where Carney comes out and says something like, we're not going to do a feminist foreign policy anymore. And I can understand why people will think, well, that's a breath of fresh air. We're no longer doing the box checking exercise and the virtue signaling or whatever. But it's like, okay, well, what does that mean in practice? And in practice, that kind of means we're going back to like the Harper era of like not funding any reproductive services in any of our foreign aid, which again is fine, I guess. But as like a capital L liberal, I thought that wasn't fine.
Right.
And it's like, if conservatives were doing that, we certainly wouldn't find it fine. So I find a lot of the like, well, we're doing so well in the polls, so just like keep your mouth shut and like we're doing it, so we'll be responsible about it, isn't exactly a comforting
No,
thing.
and I would also add that if I have one major criticism from the Trudeau era, and this is coming from Berta over here, but what I wouldn't have given
The
for
real Canada.
the
Yeah.
real Canada, no, but a different perspective, and
Yeah.
and very much an outsider perspective on this as well, and that's fine. But what I wouldn't have given for a prime minister's office that had like some farmer from Saskatchewan inside the room basically pointing out like how some of the stuff that they were saying and doing was going to play outside of a pretty elite triangle of people from Ottawa, Montreal, and Toronto, right? Like that, if you don't spend a lot of time outside of those triangles, the stuff that you're saying sounds very normal, but as we all know, like there's
Yeah.
different types of policies and different types of ways of communicating in different parts of the country that are not like that. And don't ask me to pinpoint specific policy things after 2 glasses of wine because I'm half down the tank as it is.
Na-na-na.
Nah, nah, nah. But like there's a value to having that friction in the room. There's a
Yeah.
value to having people from outside perspectives and outside types of talents.
But you also have to value friction in that
Yeah,
case.
that's right. You have to value friction.
And I don't know if there's that same appreciation for that push and pull and the like, boss, are you sure that's right? Or, but wait a minute, boss, have you thought about this? Or actually, if you consider X, Y, or Z, like, I don't know, again, like the CEO, like from what era, like it sounds kind of like an 80s era CEO of like, I'm the boss and like, that's it. You know what I mean? And I think you can only really do that for so long.
I
When
really
we
feel like if there was been a little bit of friction, we would have a very different concept of a sovereign wealth fund on the table yesterday.
Matt, I
the,
specifically told you
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
know.
know anything
Anything
about
about
a
the
sovereign
sovereign
wealth fund or a spring
no,
economic
that's
update.
fine.
The
I
last
wasn't.
time I read the
I
news
was gonna do
yesterday
that.
morning before
I
I,
was-
went
apologize.
on with Ryan
I
Jefferson.
was I was literally
I
gonna
apologize.
literally gonna pull the load on this one. Cypriot, like you know what I'm saying is like I spent a good 45 minutes ranting about the ineffectiveness of subnational sovereign wealth funds, like on
Good.
glass one. Okay, like no, I've already pulled the weight on this one, but like it was to me it was the first real sort of fall back into a Trudeau era high visibility, big idea, no detail. Nobody
Yeah.
seems to be in the room, sort of like actually challenging you on some of these ideas before you announce them, kind of a policy announcement.
I want to ask Supriya another question that's going to make her laugh nervously before she carefully answers it. Because something you were saying a minute ago, Supriya, was really interesting to me. And by the way, sorry, Supriya, I got to do one quick interruption here. If people want Jen to take a third drink, we are stalled at $400 shy of that. So $400 more, and Jen commits to a third glass of wine.
Save me.
Ooh.
Save me.
And just so you know, when the two of you were showing off your respective wine glasses, my finger was hovering over the abort live stream button. I was ready to go. So you were talking about the friction in the PMO, but not in a bad way, kind of like the push and pull of ideas and hashing things out. And from my understanding of what I was talking to PMO people during the former government was that there actually was a lot of that. There were ideas bouncing around. But the thing is, I would say as an outsider, it didn't strike me as a group of people who in general were great with feedback. And I don't mean reacted with hostility.
Yeah.
I thought that the Trudeau era PMO was actually pretty approachable with criticism. Like they didn't treat critics necessarily as enemies, which is a pretty low bar, but in politics, like a lot of people don't clear that. But what I do think was happening was that not a lot of external feedback was getting in. So maybe the issue was not so much
when you
friction
say
in-
external, do you mean like external to the prime minister's office, but still in government, or like or external stakeholders, or like voices?
honestly, I didn't mean it in any specific way, but it's just I think, and I don't remember. Did you stick around right to the last day?
Yeah, very last day. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, and obviously I exempt you from this because you're brilliant, but I think for the last 6 to 12 months, the PMO is becoming increasingly detached from reality. And I don't mean that in the sense that they were proposing stupid ideas. I just mean in the sense of, I remember Jen and I talking about this. The last people who seemed to realize it was over for Trudeau were the people closest to him. And I understand that.
I don't think that's right at all, actually.
Go for it. Tell me. Go.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think that's correct at all. I think that I mean, from the outside, that may have been the appearance of it, but I would wager if you spoke to people that were at least in a caucus room or around a cabinet table, they would probably disagree with that to some measure. What I find interesting though is the notion of like not listening to feedback, because I mean, sure, I mean, also I think there's some level of the when you do have a majority, you know, you don't necessarily need to listen to feedback in the same capacity, in the same manner. I certainly was on the outside for quite some time. I joined the prime minister's office for a very specific kind of reason. I wanted to get, you know, some measure of online harms across the you know, finish line or whatever. Bring in sensible tech policy, blah blah blah. Didn't exactly happen. Everything died on the order paper, but um, I went in very clear-eyed with what the obstacles were, I guess, or what the reality was in terms of polling and in terms of what it was going to be like. I think what folks mistook for us being not mouthy or leaky about, you know, particularly the very senior people that were around the prime minister towards his, you know, last, like, let's say 6 months ish. They mistook the non-leakiness of it or like some level of loyalty as like delusion, which I don't think is necessarily correct.
And talking about even online harms, I remember
Like I joined in January of 2024. Like I was fully aware of what the poll,
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? I wasn't still like, what do you mean? Like, was not Trudeau mania anymore? Like,
you didn't put all your possessions in a U-Haul and drive down the 401 to Ottawa.
No, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, like there were things that we wanted to get done. And I mean, I think there was a path, because I think one thing that I would say was consistent throughout capital L liberal circles, not just necessarily in the prime minister's office, was this notion of Pierre Poilievre will eventually show people who he is. The guy's been a dick for the last 20 odd years in parliament. He can't not revert back to being who he is. He can put on a veneer, he can wear a muscle shirt, he can start doing push-ups to get rid of the glasses, whatever. But he will eventually, like the apple munching attitude will eventually come back to bite him in the butt. So I won't discount that perhaps being an undercurrent of some of the thinking, but none of it was like, oh, everything's fine.
Just, I will note for the record on posterity that as Supriya was saying muscle shirt and push-ups, I was eating a French fry. So could not have timed that better or worse. So you left, you went back to the private sector. You're obviously still in touch with people there. One of the things that I'm just honestly curious about is now that Carney does have his majority, will lessons be learned, or will...
No.
Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, okay. Great. Fantastic.
No, I don't
Super.
think any
Excellent. Good
governments
to
learn
know.
any lessons. No, like, I don't know. Like, that's me being cynical. Like, I think, like, I don't think any lessons will be learned until, like, there's a tipping point of sorts. Maybe that's polling. Maybe that's a critical mass of caucus folks speaking out, or staff, or, you know, former, I don't know, like an issue that I think could potentially come to bite them in the butt is this notion of no longer holding like open nominations in ridings. You know, you definitely don't want to piss off your bread and butter of your liberal organization or any partisan organization, right? So like, let's say something like that happens. Sure, maybe they'll start to learn some lessons, but I don't know. Like, am I being too cynical?
Well, I'm going to be even more cynical because I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, if you are, I'm the wrong person to ask. My detector is not calibrated properly for that question. But what you were saying there makes sense in terms of where like a political party's pain points are. It's like caucus is unhappy, the donors are unhappy, the constituency associations are in revolt, the volunteers aren't showing up. What about just like societal blinking red lights? Like, do those ever get through? Like, if the government is not delivering on the priorities of the people, or if things are getting dysfunctional, does that inflict pain on the politicians in ways that lessons are learned, or is that basically only downstream of polling turning on them?
Yes, sort of. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, I think everybody, any MP is going to respond to an influx of like their constituency inbox being flooded, or like folks showing up, folks calling. Like, yeah, sure, everybody, like, they will definitely respond to that. I don't want to discount that by any measure. But in terms of like wholesale kind of like change in terms of how they're steering the ship or like what to do, until there's a metric of that they can actually point to of like, well, polling says X, Y, or Z, or this one policy proposal is very, unpopular and it's costing us this demo or this region. I don't think so. And that's not specific to this group or this, or either in terms of like, the Carney folks or the liberal folks. Like, I think this is true of like any and all government that work at a party basis.
It was a conservative who told me this. So Supriya, big L liberal, but I'll tell you, it was a conservative who told me this, that when he was in a staffing role, he would be trying to tell MPs, this is a problem. Like,
Yeah.
we've got a problem here. Like, this is an issue, and either like we're hearing it out on the streets, or leader wants to see action on this, or polling is telling us, or we have experts, focus groups, whatever. And the guy would be like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I was looking at the constituency email and I got this letter today, and someone's like really angry, arguing the other thing. And it was like, no matter how much sort of evidence you could put in front of them, it was the handful of people who would regularly email the elected official, and they would actually look at the emails. You and I used to get some weird emails when we were
yeah.
hosting a morning show, but I don't think we ever made the mistake of thinking that like a guy who was emailing us at 5:38 in the morning to tell us to go fuck ourselves was like representative of the greater Toronto area. I think we had a pretty good understanding. Oh, this guy's a crank who just gets angry and he sends us emails. I don't know if politicians are as discerning, right? Like, where are they getting their feedback signals from?
Yeah, again, great question. I think a lot of it, unfortunately, is through social media, right? So it's like, and this is where things can get very, manipulated. Sounds like too cunning of a word. Like, I don't know, it sounds like a weird qualifier, but that is what happens. Like, your algorithms kind of feed into themselves. Like, when the White House Correspondents' Dinner was going on and the shooting had happened, my entire feed, I was so confused because my entire feed was all about Klay Thompson cheating on Megan Thee Stallion, and I had no idea what was actually going on. So it's like, you are a function of your own algorithm, you know what I mean? And so I think it's very echo chambery, and it doesn't lead us to a good place.
I had to show, I'm not going to name her because she's very nice and I don't want to embarrass her, but there's a middle-aged woman I know, well, we're all middle-aged now or close to it, but more middle-aged. and I was not able to explain to her what an algorithm is and how it shapes the information you receive. And I remember just showing her once, okay, put out your phone, load Google, look at the suggested top stories. And she did. And then I showed her what mine were, and they were completely different.
Yeah.
And mine, it was like, hey, like Patrick Stewart gives interview about TNG reunion and like Rush to go on tour again. Hers was not TNG and Rush.
Mine's all mosquito-borne diseases and celebrity gossip.
I'm looking for the overlap stories of those things. I want like when you finally get that like unicorn where it's both. And I think you're right. And there are entire people out there who do not understand that there are amoral. They're not evil, but there are amoral computer programs that are like, you clicked a story like this once, therefore do you want 500 more?
Yeah.
And people don't understand how that's skewed a lot of brains.
Yeah, it really has. And it's like, they feed you shit that makes you mad because that keeps you more engaged. We know this. We've known this for a very long time. We keep doing it.
I know. We're not that smart.
No.
Not us though. We don't keep doing it. We're
we're better.
We're nicer. We're great. We're super.
My wife looked once at my Instagram, like kind of where it just shows like what we think you'll be interested in.
Yeah.
And she's like, so this is a lot. She said to me, this is like 50-50, like Sydney Sweeney and Starships. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, Matt, as someone who occasionally had to log into the Line's YouTube account, I did also notice a theme.
Two themes, Starships and Sweeney. Well, maybe a little more lopsided one way than the other. Supriya, we'll let you go after this, but basically, like you now a year or a little bit more. Okay, hang on. Let me ask you a quick clarity question. When you left, you said you stuck to the last day. Was that of Trudeau being prime minister, or up until the election?
No. Once Trudeau was gone, we were all gone. Like, I think most, I don't think a single senior staffer stayed on to do that.
So in terms of what you're looking at now, and you mentioned online harms and stuff like that, do you think, and this is kind of a big question, and this is I'll tell you why I asked this in a minute, but I'll let you answer it first. One of the things I think is going to not age well for the Trudeau government, I think one of the things that will not look good on them as history goes on, was that the world was changing really rapidly around them, but they weren't.
Sure.
Like they were talking about kind of the same issue set that they would have been in 2019.
Hmm.
And it was like, well, we just had a plague. Europe's been invaded and the Middle East is on fire. And they're like,
Yeah.
yeah, but like check out like the school food program. And like, I just think they weren't keeping up with it here. Big picture question for you. Was that a product of the people, or was that a product of just how hard it is to turn the ship of the Canadian government?
I would say the latter, but it's interesting that you use the school food program in particular, because I would say that everybody within government would say that that was like an affordability measure that like was like it
Hmm.
helped folks with their grocery bills, and that was actually responding to, a food inflationary crisis that is still ongoing, much of which is caused by, as you mentioned, like war in Europe and all sorts of exogenous factors that are happening. But I would just say, in terms of like staying static as things are dynamic and sort of changing around you, it's hard for any government. It's particularly hard, I think, for a federal Canadian government, just because of once things are in motion, they are in motion, right? It's like the Newtonian mechanics kind of applies in that sense. That's not a very good answer. It's not but it's like the kind of best answer I can give you with with the time.
There's no bad answer that refers to Newtonian physics.
There we go. Okay.
Any answer. Supriya, we will let you go. Did you finish your wine, or are you going to go finish it now?
No, I'm gonna go finish it now. I actually kept Erin upstairs this whole time. I'm gonna go back and meet her. I only have one friend, Jen. Her name's
Yeah.
Erin.
That's okay.
Well-
I also only have one friend.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
It's not
and
you, Matt.
No, I was going to say it's also Aaron.
Yeah, exactly.
Aaron basically alternates
Just
between
like-
Supriya and
she
Jen.
does the commuting.
All
and
right,
you're
love
talking.
love
Okay.
to Aaron. All the best, Supriya. Thanks for coming
Okay,
on.
sounds good.
Talk
Bye,
to you.
guys.
Supriya Dwivedi, and she did her own introduction, and she didn't email me the blurb I should have read for her.
Matt, I've gone quiet. Do you want to know why I've gone quiet?
Oh God, when you phrase it that way, suddenly I worry I don't know. I
It's
don't want
because
to know
I'm
why you've
on
gone quiet.
our YouTube comments, and people are basically like, Jen Gerson is stupid now and she's hammered.
You're not hammered.
I also am not. I also don't think that I'm hammered. Like I'm not even really tipsy at this point. I'm just a little slurry. Jen isn't the smartest woman in the room at the moment. Hammered. Jen going to go over. Hammered. NTTAWWT. No, she still is. Doesn't seem like it. Her rational faculty is still intact. Matt, guys, I'm not even close. Like, what are we even?
Well, let's take a look.
I feel a little ashamed, actually.
No, nothing to be ashamed of it.
Just
Maybe
feel
saying
a little-
saying you're not the smartest woman in the room. Maybe that was actually just someone who's a fucking huge Supriya Dwivedi fan.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair.
It could have
Maybe.
been a mean way of lauding the virtues of Supriya Dwivedi.
Yeah.
Okay, let's recap where we are. We've just crossed into our third hour, and the fun's just getting started. Jen, we have stalled though on donations. We're still 400 shy from your third
Well,
drink.
Geez, maybe I should stall. Maybe I should stop. It's time to stop.
Hey, I haven't even
I
finished
thought
my
we were-
first beer yet.
I thought we were all having fun here, guys, but
If they're commenting, they're engaged. But if you do want to see Jen go for drink number 3, I think it is, because you're on your second now.
do you know how often I even drink now? It's like 3
I know.
times a year I drink. This is why I'm pathetic. Anyway,
This
fine.
is, like I said, we're veering
s-
into the
I save up for this.
the save the liver. Go to readtheline.ca, leave us some questions. If you're a paid subscriber, post a comment there. And also there are links in the show notes here and at readtheline.ca for our donation page. This is the last night of our campaign. If we get another $400, Jen is in for a third glass of wine. I honestly, at this point, I'm wondering if I want the $400 or if I want Jen to stop drinking. That's kind of where my thoughts are, but I'm going to let the audience make their own decisions on that one. Jen, we do have some questions that have come in. I'm going to refill my own drink in a couple of minutes, but
Okay.
here is a completely fun question, and it's
Completely fun question.
I can't even believe someone thought of this. But Jen, what is your favorite Heritage Minute?
The Laura Secord one is the only one I really remember.
Okay. I see. For me, it's the Halifax explosion one.
Yeah, well, that's a very gendered breakdown now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be. That we
I'm like, hero, Laura Secord.
and Matt's like, ship go boom, train,
There you
stop
go.
the train.
hmm
So I the ones I like, Halifax explosion is my favorite heritage minute by far. Another good one though is the basketball one where they're cutting the bottoms out of the peach baskets. So those are the ones.
We definitely invented basketball.
This
That's
is the Canadian
definitely
identity
that's
we're
us.
rallying around. All kidding aside, like I know the guys who do the heritage minutes. I love them; they're great. But like, why do I get the feeling the heritage minutes are the last line of defense of Canadian patriotism?
I also would like to know how come we're not pumping out bangers like we used to. You know, like those heritage minutes used to be seared into our collective consciousness, and now I just don't think we've had a hit in a really long time, guys.
30 years from now, they're going to make a heritage minute of this live stream.
They're not.
They're going to be a
No,
group of guys at
that's
Historica
ridiculous.
going, we've kind of run out of other ideas, but hey, I remember this live stream I was in when I was in my 20s.
No,
All right.
Matt, no. Everything we do will be dust. Nothing we do matters, and we will not be remembered. Don't be ridiculous.
This is two drink, Jen.
No, I'm getting real with you.
Wow. Matt, everything we do is shit, and one day we will be dead. Well, thank you for joining our live stream and hit that donation button. Oh boy, the money's coming in. It's going to get darker. All right. Ryan wants to know, what is your favorite current drink, alcoholic or otherwise?
Mojito, but especially a non-alcoholic mojito. Actually, do you want to know what my favorite drink? My favorite, and it doesn't have to be alcoholic. I can do this virgin. It is a very Canadian, very Calgary drink. It is the Caesar. Except, you want to know the trick to making a really great Caesar? One, you have to add like a little bit of use a better hot sauce than Tabasco. Tabasco is very dated. Get experimental with your hot sauce additions. Secondly, dash of pickle juice. You're welcome. Caesar is Mott's Clamato, vodka and or gin. I use either because I don't keep very much alcohol in the house anymore. Worcestershire sauce, Frank's hot sauce or equivalent. Get fancy with this one. Hot sauce is where you can start to play a little bit. And like maybe an ounce of pickle juice. And then get really excessive with the toppings. Like you want pickled beans, you want bacon, you want weird stuff on there, olives, like throw it all in there. And then I get like a giant glass with the rim, of course, because you got to do the rim, Montreal steak spice. Giant glass, like a full pint glass. That's my favorite drink.
Caesar is my favorite cocktail.
Okay.
Hands down by far. And one of the stories that I tell self-consciously, because I know it doesn't make me look good, G20 in Toronto, 2010. I was at the National Post. Were you at the Herald then, or were you at the Post?
Oh, I would have been Herald 2010.
Okay. So I was in the Toronto newsroom, but that weekend I was hosting a party out of town where we, as one of the features of the party, we had a Caesar bar, make your own Caesar.
Oh, nice.
And everybody was having a great time. I was mixing them up, and my phone kept dinging because a bunch of our reporters had been arrested. And I'm thinking, like my colleagues are now being thrown in the stockade, and I'm mixing cocktails. So I felt a little bit bad about that. I have tried to live that one down over the years. Stuart has a baseball-related question. Stuart, due to extenuating circumstances, I have not seen a single moment of the Jays this year, and I'm assuming somehow Jen has seen even less.
What's baseball?
Yeah, okay. I had a hunch. Okay, this is very light, but this is actually kind of a fun one. Jen, you were apparently tweeting about this. And we're now $100 away from Jen having to take another drink.
Oh dear. I should warn my husband now.
You remember that donation button, guys. It's in the live stream notes, and it's at readtheline.ca. This is from Kale, and apparently you were posting about this a few weeks ago. I don't know where, though. What was your favorite childhood toy?
How does anybody want to know my favorite childhood toy? Like, okay, cool. I mean, I'll tell you, but that's I don't know why anybody would care.
I did tell Phil to throw us a few lighter questions because we were getting
fair.
Constitutional reform questions in the first
Great.
round.
Super. 750. Look, my favorite toy, I was very attached to a doll named Porcupine. And this was a doll that my mother had from the 60s. So I don't know if you guys know this, but these were, okay, this is it's politically incorrect, but it's not. It's actually very sweet. So do you know they were meant to be like these dolls of Inuit? Like they had really cute little
Yeah, I
cheeks
remember them.
remember
You
the
could
little
never
then
you could never do that today, but yes, I know
no,
the
no, no,
ones you mean.
but that in the 60s, and then they would have long, beautiful hair, and they would be all dressed up really cute, and were stuffed like Inuit dolls. My mom got one from the 60s, and then for some reason, when I was a child, I just fell in love with this little doll. This doll and her happy little face, I just loved this little doll. But at some point, my mom had cut off all the doll's hair, and so this doll's like hair would poke me in the eye, and so I would call her Porcupine because she was poking me in the eye. But I still loved her fiercely, and slept with her and took her everywhere until I was quite old, like probably a
Thir-
little older than I wanted.
30, 35.
I have her in my bed right now.
Um,
I loved this doll so much that eventually my mother had her shadow boxed for me. Like she put her in a shadow box.
that's nice. See, when you said your mom cut off all her hair, I took a minute to realize you meant as a child. At first, I just
Oh no,
envisioned your mother
like
angrily cutting the doll's hair, going,
no,
"Damn it, Jennifer!"
that might be a story from my childhood, but it isn't. No, no. My mother cut off the doll's hair when she was a child,
Yeah,
and then
that
I inherited the child without the hair. And despite the fact that it constantly poked me in the eye, I still loved it.
I did figure that out. It just took me a minute. For
You can't rule
me,
out the darker interpretations where I'm involved. So there you go.
well, not the way you've been, like the way you just went full. One day we will all be dead, Matt. It's kind of like for you to drop some real trauma on us here would not have shocked me. Favorite childhood toy? Phew. Probably something called constructs, which were just sort of kind of toys where they were like pieces of plastic and you could connect them together using like different couplers that had different shapes, and you could build structures, you could build buildings or vehicles with them. That was a lot of fun. That's the one I remember anyway, and I think probably, knowing my parents who tend to file things away, that's probably still in the basement somewhere. Like if I actually went looking for it, I could probably still find them, and they probably haven't been looked at or touched in 30 years. But thinking about them now, I can smell them. Like just the smell of that plastic has never gone away. Um, let's see.
That again was another gendered breakdown.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Yeah, no,
gender's just a construct. It's fine.
We're smart, Jen, but we're not complicated. As people, you
We're not. No, you know what? Most people aren't complicated. Most people
I
are
think
not
that's true.
complicated.
Phil wants me to prod people for more questions. Readtheline.ca. If you're a paid up subscriber, you can go drop one there. This one is kind of a mix between light and serious. This is an interesting question. Have you ever met or interviewed Stephen Harper?
No.
Man,
No,
I was hoping there'd be
I've
a better story behind that.
I have like passed him a few times. I have asked to interview him multiple times, even well after he left office. The answer I get back always is this man is so traumatized about media from his time in office that he will not allow himself to be interviewed, and probably won't even be interviewed. Like won't even meet me. I've met his wife. I've actually hung out with his wife. I've hung out with Lorene. She's great. She's fantastic. She's right. But nope. Stephen Harper will not. I've asked multiple times. Stephen Harper won't talk to me.
I wouldn't take that personally. I don't think that's a Jen Gerson policy. I don't think he does interviews.
No, he doesn't do interviews, and I think he has a relationship with like a couple people in the media that he's had for many, many, many years. Well before I was even professionally in media. But I think if you're not in his circle, you ain't getting in that circle now.
My answer to the question is yes, I have met him, but met him only in formal environments where it was not journalism, where I wasn't interviewing him, but there would be events where he would be there representing Canada. Some of them were when he was elected, and some of them weren't. But basically, it was, hey, Stephen Harper's here to show his support for this charity or something, and then like he would kind of put himself somewhere. People would line up. Everybody would have a couple of minutes with him, and I spoke to him a couple times about issues that we both found interesting. Funny, thoughtful, and clearly did not enjoy the experience. And it's funny. I've said this to people before, Jen, but people who know me mostly, people who are watching this live stream now, there is an overwhelming chance you only know me through my work. And my work is me sharing stuff. It's talking. It is making talk. I'm actually incredibly introverted. And if I was not actually singing for my supper right now, I wouldn't normally do this. I completely understand why Stephen Harper doesn't want to do interviews. If this wasn't my job, I think you have someone sneaking up behind you, by the way.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay, it's your kid, right?
Yeah.
That's good.
It's not. Jen Gerst is not about to disappear into the night.
Yeah,
No,
it's just with your background
I'm bigger than him.
blurred.
Yeah.
I can understand why. Look, obviously, I think it's unfortunate that Stephen Harper doesn't want to do interviews. I would genuinely be interested in hearing what he has to say, on or off the record. Like, I think he would have a really interesting perspective. And his comments recently at the portrait unveiling, I thought were interesting. And I would like to hear more of that.
He's a genuinely interesting human being.
Yeah,
is the issue.
And I
don't know, and I get there are a lot of journalists out there who do the gotcha stuff. And I think that my understanding is that he turned against media forever. I don't know if you remember this, but back when he was first elected prime minister, I think he first got his majority, and he was dropping his son off at school. And his son had actually asked him, "Dad, please don't embarrass me," because of course cameras were on him, right? Cameras were on them while they were dropping off their kid for school for the first day. And out of respect for his son, he shook hands. He didn't give him a hug, he shook hands. And something about this played to this idea that Stephen Harper was a really cold and distant person.
Yep.
Look, he won't even hug his kid on his way to school. And in fact, it had been the kid, like Ben's request, that that they hadn't done that. And something about that just turned him against media so intensely that he never really recovered a real relationship with the media, to his detriment. And I think that honestly, this is something that the current Conservative Party has inherited from that moment.
Here's a fun one. And first of all, I agree. And I remember even at the time thinking of what I would have been like at the age Ben Harper was then. And
oh yeah.
And
we didn't. And to be fair, the media, I didn't say we because I wasn't in the Corps at that time, but I was too young. But like the media didn't know that Ben had made their request. They just jumped to conclusions, right? Because it so fit a certain kind of narrative about Stephen Harper. But the thing that I would just say is like, look, not all journalists are gotcha journalists, and not all journalists want to engage with you at that level. And it's tricky because some do and some are, and some want something else and more interesting.
I think sometimes you have to be.
Sometimes, look, we've all done it.
When you actually
do
get you.
Mm-hmm.
When you get somebody.
You sometimes you have to get someone, but I don't know. This is kind of one of the issues I have with some of the things we do is that I think we replace actual accountability for the gotchas.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because the gotchas are easy, right? Like the haha, you slipped up that day and blah blah blah, you said this stupid thing. And like I've even fallen into this trap myself when we talked about Pierre Poilievre making the stupid comment about how Mark Carney wasn't educated about comments. Like I criticized Pierre and said that was stupid. You said a stupid thing. That was a stupid thing that was embarrassing to you. And I think it was legitimate to point that out. But it's also legitimate for the Conservatives to point out, hey, Pierre Poilievre is not in power, guys. The actual accountability correctly rests with the people who are running things. Jen, now, I will point out that I'm also pretty bitchy to those people too. So, don't take it personal. I'm just an angry person.
You are $46 away from your third drink. So I think
it's literally waiting here. It's right here. My husband's brought it for me. King among men.
As soon as we're up that extra $46, I'll give you the go. I'll probably at that point go grab a second beer myself. Okay. This is a rare luxury for me. This is a fun one and a really easy answer for me. So I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to answer it in one sentence, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jen. Stefan asks, what do you consider to be the best and or worst legislation that the Carney government has tabled or passed? I already told you when Supri was here, I think the easiest quick win was just giving the military a pay raise. So that's my actually think that's a great idea. The stupidest, worst by far is continuing the gun ban, the whole gun buyback. It's just, and I wrote a whole column about this. Mark Carney, before he was a politician, would have understood how incredibly stupid that idea was, But as the public safety minister himself got caught on a recorder saying, well, we're kind of just stuck with it, and the Quebec caucus really wants it, and it would cost us political capital to go back now, so we're just going to go ahead with it. Carney had the opportunity to do the right thing, and he didn't. So best military pay raise, worst continuing with the idiotic gun buyback. Supriya, so far from Mark Carney, best and worst. Sorry, you're not Supriya, you're Jen.
No, I'm not. No, I'm a very different person.
Very different person, but I
Um,
hold you both in high esteem. Mark Carney's best, Mark Carney's worst.
yeah, I would say, and I don't know if this is legislation specifically, but cracking down on immigration. Our immigration has actually dramatically lessened as a result of our changes to policies on temporary foreign workers and foreign students, which had been a horrifically overabused set of programs. Our ability to build houses and fix our infrastructure issues are going to be generational in the making, but our ability to reduce demand on those projects can be fixed actually pretty reasonably quickly simply by reducing immigration levels. So I would say, look, hard for us to deal with, probably necessary. Hard for Canadians culturally to be cracking down on immigration because, we had a pan-partisan immigration consensus that worked really well for us till the Trudeau government absolutely screwed the pooch on it. And the reversal on that has been correct. Unnecessary. I just didn't think there was any other option there. Worst so far. Honestly, I'm going to go back to the sovereign. I'm really stuck on the sovereign wealth fund. No, I realize this isn't legislation that's been passed at present. The reason why I think this one is so damaging is because it cuts to Mark Carney's credibility on his strongest suite. Right? I really
Yeah, I
feel like
agree.
the sovereign wealth fund thing is going to turn out to be one of his biggest gaffes. And if he winds up, God help us, if he winds up funding that in an oil and gas windfall at this particular moment, that would be catastrophic. I had so much hope. I had hope that Carney was going to bring in common sense, grounded sort of center, maybe center right, center left. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to split hairs, but a grounded approach to government that was economically sound after 10 years of frankly economic catastrophe. And what we're seeing is still high deficits, still much higher deficits than is justified by the current crisis. Total unwillingness to get to core productivity issues. And now a sovereign wealth fund on top of a sovereign wealth fund on top of a infrastructure bank on top of a BDC. That is really disappointing to me. It's very disappointing.
That's why the gun thing pisses me off. And it's not just because guns are my own, well, it's not only because guns are my own weird niche issue. It's because a fresh government had the opportunity to go, you know what, we got a whole new set of priorities right now, and this isn't one of them. And clearly this program is doomed, which it is. But we're going to continue pushing this ahead.
No, but no, I kind of disagree with you. Not that I disagree with you that the gun buyback stuff is stupid because it is stupid. We all I understand enough about guns. I have guns. We get it's stupid. But that's not out of character for the Liberals, right? Like the Liberals moving forward with the stupid gun buyback program is not costing them anything.
But
it's not costing them any political capital. It's not undermining Carney's core credibility or competence.
I think it's undermining his. It's exactly what I expected
people
of the
don't care.
Liberals, but I expected better of him.
Because Matt, nobody cares. Honestly, like this is it's such a niche issue to you. The people who actually give a shit about gun buybacks are already voting conservative anyway.
Probably.
There's no constituency among gun owners for liberal votes. Like there's no political reason for him to expend the capital to walk this one back. There just isn't. There's no you are not a liberal constituency. He does not have to care about losing you on this issue, and you are not going to vote on this issue. So there's no reason for him not to do the stupid thing, even acknowledging that it's the stupid thing.
Well, whereas the reason to not do the stupid thing is not doing stupid things.
Well, I get it, but I mean, at the point that he takes over, the program is already in place, and to roll it back costs more trouble, political capital, and money than it's worth, and it potentially loses more lefty liberal caucus members that he needs to maintain, particularly before he gets a majority. I understand the political rationale that gets him to moving forward on a stupid program in that case. I don't agree with it. I don't like it, but I can understand how you get here. I don't understand how a Harvard-trained economist gets on a stage and says, we're going to do a sovereign wealth fund, but I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to fund it. And it's only going to be $25 billion. And something about this is going to be like something, an infrastructure bond. You're a trained economist that is now leaning against your core strength and your core competency. And it undermines my faith in your ability to manage anything else, including trade with the US.
So something Jen said to me yesterday, and I'm breaking the fourth wall here. I'm actually just talking directly to the audience who's still here. Check us out, readtheline.ca. Jen, we're stalled at $50 away from you being able to
50
start that
bucks?
joint.
Come on, like it's
50 bucks.
sitting
Well,
here.
46.
It's sitting
okay.
here, guy.
No, we just got a $10 donation, so you're now 36
30
bucks
bucks.
away.
36 bucks, everyone.
And
Help
then
me out.
Jen will be able to refresh herself when that sweet $36 rolls in. One of the things that Jen and I were talking about yesterday, when the Sovereign Wealth Fund was announced, and I think Jen articulated it really well, and she kind of captured something I was feeling, but I hadn't thought of how to articulate it yet, was you said, this feels like Carney's first real misstep. And I don't think it technically is, because like he had the Plains of Abraham gaffe, he's snapped at some reporters. Like, I don't think this is the first time he's put a foot wrong as a politician, but this might be his first policy misstep, because it just seemed very off-brand with him. And that's why I was genuinely, when we had Paul Wells on with us earlier in the evening, a couple of hours ago, he helped kick off the live stream. One of the things I asked him about was, like, when I was looking at the announcement yesterday, I kept wondering, okay, maybe what Carney announced on Monday is the talking point version. And then in the fiscal update, we will actually get the actual substantive meat and bones. And I'll go, well, maybe I judged it too harshly. No.
There's nothing there.
No, or to the extent that there is anything there, it's aligning with Jen's point here. Like, we seem to live in a country that is doomed to continually create new agencies to fix the problems that we just don't want to fix, because a lot of the problems we have, Jen, they're not accidents. They're not quirks of nature. They're not bad things that have happened to us. They're things we've done to ourselves with self-styled good intentions. And backing away from the problems we've created would require us to admit that we were wrong. And therefore, we're not going to do that. So we're just going to keep creating new agencies rather than going back and fixing the problem here. So I don't know, to your point about guns being a niche issue, I don't know if Sovereign Wealth Fund is going to light up the electorate either, but it felt like an actual policy misstep to me.
It's a policy misstep, and no, a sovereign wealth fund's not going to light up the electorate, but what is going to light up the electorate is that we're still in a state of continued economic decline. That's going to light up the electorate is my kids are leaving. What's going to light up the electorate is nobody can still afford a house. What's going to light up the electorate is my groceries are still going up. Like, and if you don't have substantive, our productivity is still declining, and if you don't have a substantive answer to those problems, or people don't perceive that you're seriously addressing those problems, then someone who came in with Mark Carney's background and credentials is just going to find that his popularity attenuates over time.
One of our dark, twisted, lost souls in the audience just donated $36.
Thank you.
So you can
Thank
start
you.
drinking now.
God bless you, sir or ma'am. I appreciate it.
A sir, I do believe. I'm going to leave you with a question, Jen, and I'm going to go grab my next drink, so I'll be off camera for just a couple of seconds.
Go for it.
We have two separatism and sovereignty questions, one Alberta, one Quebec.
Oh, good.
Chris wants to know, do you think there's any chance that Smith is giving the separatists rope in the hopes that they hang themselves? So answer that while I go grab a beer.
Yeah, sure, there's a chance of that. I think the problem is that I don't know what Smith actually wants or what she believes. I mean, Smith is incredibly talented. She's an incredibly talented politician. She's still high in the polls, especially compared to Nenshi, and I think that's more a reflection of Nenshi than it is about Smith. But look, this is a woman who can walk into a room and make everyone in that room feel like they are listened to, and that she understands where they're coming from, and she connects with them. Her empathy and her emotional intelligence is off the chain. Like, she's really, really good. What she lacks is intellectual ballast. And I don't mean that to say that she's not smart. She's very smart. But her sense of judgment, her sense of like, oh, we can't go here, isn't there. And as a result, I think that those particular personality traits, particularly when she is surrounded by people who don't balance or counteract her personality strengths and weaknesses can get her into trouble and does get her into trouble. And I think that there's a very good chance here that she goes into a room of separatists and she says a version of her shtick that is acceptable to them. And then she goes into a room of Federalists and she says a version of her shtick that's acceptable to them. And as a result, I have no idea what she really believes in here. I really don't. She's claimed that she's a Federalist. She's gone to like conspiracy theory lunatic forums, for example, and said, "Let me prove to you that Canada can work." Okay, great. And then, I've also heard separatists say things like, "Oh yeah, one-on-one, she told me she's going to be president of the Republic of Alberta." And then she goes into Federalist rooms and she's like, "I believe in a sovereign Alberta and a united Canada," as if that has any meaning whatsoever. And people hear what they want to hear, right? She's a bit of a Rorschach test. They hear what they want to hear in the way that she communicates and the way she styles herself. And is she a separatist? Probably not. But is she a strong enough Federalist to be reliable? I don't know. And is she falling into the trap of a lot of Alberta conservatives of believing that like the knife to the throat strategy is going to pay dividends for Alberta? Probably.
The other
So,
the other question, Jen, we had on that front, I'll answer this one, then we'll bring Rob Shaw in. Really interesting one coming in says, if the PQ wins the upcoming Quebec election, how well do you think the Carney government will handle a separation crisis, and will this take attention away from the economy file? So it's a really interesting question, actually, because just today, because this is how cool I am, it literally occurred to me that I actually hadn't checked in on the state. We've been talking so much about Alberta, I actually hadn't looked at Quebec recently. And the polls in Quebec are getting interesting. The Liberals, the Federalist option, the provincial Liberals, are actually going up. And the last round of polls had them down a bit, but the momentum over the last 6 to 12 months is the Liberals gaining at the expense of the PQ, the separatist. And there's the other smaller parties, but this is not the runaway PQ separatist victory that we were thinking we were going to be looking at a year ago. But it's still right now, if the election were held today, it looks like the PQ would win, and then they have said they would go for a separation campaign. So the question, Jen, that was put to us is in two parts. Like in the second part was, would it distract from the economy? Yeah.
yeah, it would.
It really would.
To
How
have
could it not?
to have a separation vote, whether it be in Alberta or Quebec, even if it's just a vote, will have a negative impact on the economy, on the provincial economy and the overall Canadian economy. Look, all political economies are confidence games. And if people see signs of lack of confidence in the superstructure of the nation, investors and capital will respond to that. Just that's what they're going to do. They're already responding to it. The thing that I also would just point out as a contrast here, it's my perception that this Prime Minister's office is taking the threat of separation in Quebec radically more seriously than it is taking the separation threat in Alberta.
Yep.
I think that is a horrific and potentially fatal mistake.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's noticeable. It's real noticeable.
I do think, Jen, and I want to bring Rob in here, so we'll wrap it up after this. But one of the things I think the Liberals would be good at, and look, who knows how it would go if Quebec does go to a separatism referendum. I'm not going to make any predictions how that unfolds, but I do think Carney, as a Liberal Prime Minister, has bench strength in Quebec. He has people in the family he can call on for advice, for strategy, for info, and even just to delegate. Like you're my Quebec guy. Maybe it's Champagne, or like I'm not even going to speculate, right? Like I'll leave that up to them. They do not have the ability to do that.
They don't have bench strength on this file in Alberta. They're not seeing what I am seeing. I am concerned. I am concerned by the lack of attention, and I'm concerned that you have a prime minister from Edmonton, but who hasn't really lived here in a very long time and doesn't actually have real connections here, but maybe has a couple like friends in corporate Calgary or whatever. And they've just concluded like, oh, it's 70-30, it'll never go anywhere, don't worry about it, and if we just give them a pipeline, this will all go away. And I'm telling you, that is wrong. It's completely wrong. It's dangerously wrong. And it's very obvious to me that they have a much better understanding of what's happening in Quebec than what's happening in Alberta. and they are not weighting variables and risks appropriately.
I'll unmute myself. On that cheerful note, let's bring in Rob Shaw. And Rob, who will, there he is, joining us now. Rob helpfully did send me his preferred bio. Rob, I'm pulling up your bio now because I've been drinking and I want to read this correctly because I no longer trust my memory or my instincts. Rob Shaw covers BC politics for Czech News, Business in Vancouver, and hosts, and now the weekly politics show Political Capital, which is starting a new daily edition Monday. So maybe we can promo that. Yes, Rob, we can. I was doing that thing there where I was Ron Burgundying there, and I was reading the entire message you sent instead of shutting up, probably when I should. But absolutely, we can promo your new thing. Rob, we always like talking to you, and we're glad you could join us today because you're fun to talk to, and you're a good dude, and we wanted to have some BC content here. But also because, can you please explain to me, and I feel like I've asked you this by email like a half dozen times in the last year, what the hell is going on in BC? Because every day when I'm reading BC stories, it's the premier taking 180-degree positions off of whatever he'd been talking about the day before on resources, but now especially on some of the Indigenous issues. I got to be honest with you, I genuinely have no idea what the hell the government of BC says. You wrote a column just for us about a month or two ago about how David Eby, the premier, plus the party was getting criticism for kind of the about face they had done on Indigenous issues. Have they completed the 360 here? Did they do a 180 and then another 180 and now they're back where they started?
I think it's more like the government's like twirling around in a circle at this point. They're doing we were calculating the other day how many positions David Eby has taken on the issue of the Declaration Act. We call it DRIPA out here, like the lightning. January, it is.
I think
on DRIPA, and so, but you still got me there.
Yeah, we lost you for a second,
but
you came back. But I think you're here.
What's going on with the internet? How far away are we? We're only one province away.
The
We should be able
mountains,
to do
man.
this.
It's the mountains that do it. The mountain. You live in a void. Nobody knows what happens in BC because anything that passes over the mountains basically falls apart.
Okay, well, I'll do it again. So we were counting the number of positions David Eby has taken on the Declaration Act, which is the DRIPA, which is the big lightning rod out here. And since January, it is 6 different positions on DRIPA, which has confused the heck out of pretty much everyone here, from Indigenous allies to the business community to everybody else. And he's kind of stuck in this super awkward position where he has a 1-vote majority. There's an MLA in his caucus right now named Joan Phillip, who is married to Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, who has come out and said, I'm not going to vote with my party or the premier on his most recent position to change the Declaration Act. So he doesn't have the votes. And he keeps sort of climbing down from these perches that he puts himself on, making these votes a matter of confidence, not being able to pass them, getting threats that there's going to be giant protests and blockades and civil disobedience from First Nations leaders. So he kind of spins sideways. So at this point, he is now just kind of basically abandoned the idea of doing anything about it until October-ish to hold new talks. But it is the dominant issue out here. Indigenous reconciliation, property rights, the Declaration Act, land ownership. It's just like completely consumed all the oxygen in the room, and everyone's just kind of trying to figure out what the heck government is going to do about it.
So, Rob, I got to ask you a question. Is what's happening in BC a really good lesson for politicians who think that they can just make words happen in legislation and then pass those legislations and then imagine that those words and that legislation will never actually count for anything because everyone will actually secretly wink wink know that they didn't really mean it? Oh, you frozen. Is that
No, he's back.
is that a good interpretation of what's happened here?
Yeah, well,
Like words have meaning, and when you make words into laws, then the laws will have meaning.
If there was ever a government that would be able to make laws have the meaning it intended, it is this government where the premier is a lawyer, his head of the civil service is a lawyer, he's got a special advisor on First Nations rights who's a lawyer, he's got lawyers all around him. The joke is it's just like one gigantic law firm basically that he has, and even with all that, he has passed laws here that the courts are going in and interpreting in a way that he says he didn't intend. including the word must. He put in this law that said that BC's laws must align with the Declaration Act. And then the courts went and said, okay, well, must means must.
Right.
Therefore, we're going to start knocking laws down if they don't. And
Right.
he's like, whoa,
Yeah.
wait, hang on, must
Wait,
wasn't
must
that.
doesn't mean what? No.
Must doesn't mean must.
It
And it is kind of incredible. Like, there's, and you guys know this from covering politics. There is a sense that the courts are supposed to defer to the spirit of legislation, the debate, the intention of the legislature. And in BC, you see a number of court rulings, especially on Indigenous issues, where the courts are redefining as they go, based on Supreme Court rulings, based on rights and title rulings, and in that case, you have these landmark decisions coming out of nowhere on issues nobody sees coming. Like the one that we're dealing with right now in BC on the Declaration Act came from a challenge by a nation on the Mineral Interpretation Act in BC, like staking claims in the ground, and suddenly, poof, it explodes into this issue. And yeah, there is David Eby keeps saying he doesn't like how the courts seem to think they are the ones in charge of reconciliation, that they will define in their rulings how it works and how it goes. He says that's up to people and the legislators.
But he's right. But he's the one who put must in the law.
That's true. He did, and he defended it. And the best part about when he put must in the law is that because he was Attorney General at the time, he only allowed 15 minutes of debate on the law that he put the word must in. And then he cut it off because he's like, we have a majority. We're tired of this. We don't want to debate this law anymore. So he cut it off, and then boomerangs back 5 years later in the courts where they're interpreting based on this tiny little thing. So he double whammied himself in the sense that he wrote it and then debated it and then cut it off, and now he's eating it. And he says he's got to go back and write another law, suspend sections of it. Like, let's be honest here. This is all going to the Supreme Court of Canada, right? All of this stuff here. No one, whether the government wins or an Indigenous nation wins, everyone's just appealing this thing all the way up. So we're talking years on the different parts of the Indigenous rights issues in BC, the private property issue, which is a whole separate issue, the Declaration Act is another issue, like years of what the business community is calling massive uncertainty and
I just want to, for people who aren't familiar with DRIPA, the thing that makes DRIPA so contentious is that it effectively takes a UN resolution and imposes essentially a First Nations veto over like, it's not enough to just say, well, we're going to have a duty to consult First Nations on major project. No, you're effectively giving First Nations veto on that power. So that when he took that UN resolution on the rights of Indigenous people, turned it into DRIPA and then imposed it in legislation, lots of people were like, okay, but you're effectively giving First Nations groups veto over your laws. And he was like, no, this is all just about reconciliation. We're just saying and doing the right things as good patriotic. The courts will understand, which to me, as much as I am critical of the courts overstepping in Canada, and increasingly I think they do overstep in Canada, they only overstep in Canada because we've created this huge governance vacuum that provincial leaders are unable to basically take unpopular positions or superficially unpopular positions, but necessary positions, and govern effectively. And you have courts that are stepping in to fill that gap. And that was just a classic example of what was happening here. And I also think that this goes back to what you've seen a lot of progressive governments do and progressive parties are doing, where it's like, it's this, virtue signaling is now an overused phrase, but that's what it is. It's they're governing by kind of like these symbolic important gestures with a trust that everyone will wink, wink, be reasonable in implementation. That's not how it works. You put must in the law, and then the courts are like, but you put must in the law.
Yeah. And government said at the beginning, they're like, oh, we'll figure this out over years. We'll come up with action plans. You're right. That it was like
reports upon reports upon reports.
Yeah. And First Nations leaders and some brilliant, Aboriginal law experts who have emerged in the last few years kind of turn around to the government and say, like, too bad, like you
done now.
You passed this thing. We're going to interpret it now. And it's done. Yeah. And so there was an element of, like, the Declaration Act and UNDRIP and DRIPA, they were very early NDP government policies back in John Horgan's day, back when the government felt like this is back at a time when we're coming out of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission federally, and there was a feeling of doing something. As a time when BC was saying that it was going to be the first jurisdiction in Canada to ban the sale of gas cars. Like, it was trying to do a bunch of big things after being locked out of power for 16 years. This was one of them. And the boomerang effect of it has taken the better part of 8 years, but it has not landed. As someone who covered that debate, and the questions were, is this going to be a veto? And the government said, what are you, racist? Like, you want to ask questions about that? Like, what are you fear-mongering? And then it was, is this going to affect private property? And it was, what's wrong with you? Like, don't you support reconciliation? And there's a lot of the early moments of the debate, there's a lot of sort of shaming of like, how dare you sort of suggest that there might be
Consequences for the
fear-mongering.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we've looped back, and that has fed into a bunch of people who felt like government wasn't upfront with them about what this could have been. And along the way, we've had a whole bunch of sub-issues, like the government went to change the law on what happens if you find historical artifacts, didn't tell anybody, negotiated it with First Nations, sprung it on municipalities at the end and said, we're done. Here it is. The municipalities set their hair on fire and said, this is going to slow everything down. There's like a bunch of those little examples along the way that have created this feeling that the government's secretive, it's not listening, doesn't tell anybody what it's doing, and it's got an agenda on reconciliation. And that is just like gasoline on a fire that the opposition parties out here are just, like letting burn, basically.
Okay, so Rob, I just got one more quick question. So in the midst of all of this, pipeline.
Right. Pipeline. Yeah. Well, the pipeline issue is one where David Eby is caught between, I think, a very sort of pragmatic new version of David Eby. We'll call it David Eby like 3.0, where he has embraced mining, liquefied natural gas, LNG, and the resource sector, which is like, those used to be four-letter words for him when he started his premiership 3 or 4 years ago. And I can see a version of David Eby that gets around to supporting, would like to get to supporting an oil pipeline. There is an NDP base that is just vehemently opposed to that here. I've gone to their conventions. They're just like, absolutely not. And where he is trying to move it and where the feds are trying to meet him is the idea of a southern route along the Trans Mountain pipeline, which the NDP opposed, but now they're kind of happy with, in through Metro Vancouver, which they agree with Ottawa's proposal to dredge the Burrard Inlet to allow for super tankers to be more full. There is a path there, I think. But the northern route tanker ban issue, which exists as a federal moratorium on oil tankers, the premier's been pretty clear, the base has been clear, the nations have been clear, they're not going to allow it. Like, they'll get steamrolled. Ottawa could do it, but they're going to kick up a stink. Whereas I think the premier might be able to work with Alberta and the feds on a southern route and save face on it. So there is a path there. I just don't know if it's going to. You guys would know better than I would if Alberta can put that together and make that a reality.
But hey, I'm in Toronto, man. I'm useless. Jen might know, but I'm too far away.
I think there's ongoing questions about the existing demands in the MOU, or especially around carbon pricing right now, that are still being worked out. Look, there's from what I've heard, there is a backer for a new pipeline, and from what I understand, if there's a new pipeline, eventually there's going to be oil to fill it. Mm-hmm. Dredging the Burrard Inlet, I just, after the last 16 years, and I mean, you talk to people who worked on even the TMX expansion, and again, I have to keep on reminding people, TMX expansion was on an existing pipeline. There was no new route here. And like, you talk to them about the TMX expansion, it's like nom. It comes up, like they get the 1,000-yard fucking stare comes up, man. And like, oh, we're going to dredge the Burrard Inlet now. Oh. I'm sorry. I don't believe in the country's capacity to function anymore. And when you talk about DRIPA and you talk about a government full of lawyers who didn't think through the implications of putting DRIPA in law, what faith am I supposed to have that things can get built and done?
Can I, before Jen dooms the country, can I ask a different question?
Look, I am on glass 3.
Yeah,
We
I
know
know.
what.
That's why I got to sneak a question in here because I know where this is going. Rob, you missed it in one of the earlier hours, but Jen just dropped a bomb on me where she basically told me, and I'm paraphrasing here, that nothing we say matters because we'll all be dead in the end anyway. And I was like, wow, you're like one and a
very
half
existential.
drinks into this evening.
Yeah.
I want to ask, I'm not trying to dodge the political questions here because like when I ask you to write or talk with me about stuff, I want to talk about the nitty gritty politics stuff. But I want to zoom out for a minute. I want to ask you more a vibes-based question. So here I am in the center of the universe, and I start my mornings. I get up and I do basically, and you guys are probably all the same way. Like whatever your morning routine is, when you start shifting your mind to work, you have to kind of read all the news that's happened so far, stuff that happened overnight overseas, what's breaking that morning. And one of the things I've noticed is that all across Canada, and I know this question's a bit vibey, but all across Canada, the stories are pretty much the same. Cost of living, affordability, crime, big picture national concerns over the economy and tariffs and manufacturing. There is one jurisdiction that is pretty consistently an exception to this, Rob, and it's yours, where I'll be reading like East Coast news, Ottawa news, Montreal news, Toronto news, Calgary and Edmonton news, and it's all the stuff like traffic delays today, shooting overnight, local business worried about consumer tariffs. And then I read like Vancouver or Victoria news, and it's like, I don't know if I own my house anymore. You know? And the issues that seem to be consuming BC are way out of line with what the rest of us are talking about here. And Jen was joking earlier about how like the Rockies are like a force field that kind of like separate the BC from the rest of the country. And I think that's always been true a little bit politically and culturally. But it just seems right now that a couple of months ago, maybe a bit more than that, maybe 6 months ago, Eby, I think, was pretty in line with the rest of us and talking about tariffs and Trump and Build Canada. And now he's trying to figure out who owns title on the land the entire province sits on. How the hell did that happen? Because it was like we had a few glorious months where like Canadians and British Columbians were actually talking about the same thing. And then you weirdos just went veering off yonder again. Is that self-inflicted? Like, is this political malpractice, or is this where the public wants to be? Because my gut feeling is the average British Columbian probably wants to talk about the same thing Jen's talking about in Calgary, that I'm talking about in Toronto, and that Paul Wells, who was here with us earlier, is talking about in Montreal. You're not foreign to us. It's just your government is focused on weird shit.
I mean, you know, we have had those same issues. Vancouver's long been the most unaffordable place to live. I mean, we were dealing with the cost of living crisis before it became cool. That was just the way people live here. You know, they're eating avocado toast because that's all they can afford, and also it's cool. But so that's always been an issue. You know, we suffer from the overdose crisis, and to a significant extent here, that was a massive issue just a couple years ago. Like street disorder, you know, forget things move so fast. I mean, BC was the only province to move towards decriminalization and safe supply, which was a completely self-inflicted wound by the government here too. So I think we're sort of like cycles into the controversy now. And the thing about you know, the Indigenous court rulings is like for the Cowichan Nation ruling that has caused this private land issue, that took like 15 years or something like that. I mean, that took like a long time through the courts. So some of these started a long time ago, and they land in a way that predates even this government. And that is kind of like an echo effect that keeps landing again and again. And so some of it is self-inflicted because this government has gone way out in different areas, but some of it is the reality of a province where Indigenous nations are very powerful, smart, involved, engaged, educated, and actively challenging the government in many ways, and have been for many years. And even if we switch governments here, no one believes, even though the Conservatives, the BC Conservatives, the opposition, are pretending that you can repeal all of this DRIPA and everything and it'll go away. No one really believes it's going away. It's just going to loop back. Some court challenge that began 20 years ago will land like a bomb at any moment, involving a nation you've never heard of, in a part of the province you can't find on a map, on a project that like no one even knows what it is. And the courts will have reset the table again. So this government's like macro level trust issue is a problem that it created through all of its policies, from decrim and safe supply and and everything. Its micro level individual kind of indigenous nation stuff is sometimes not even predates it. Not in the case of DRIPA, but in other cases. And it's a very complicated mess. And it's like we listen. It's been simplified now in the narrative to from the conservatives to, well, we can just kind of reset all this. And I don't know if you can. I don't know if any government can reset it. I mean, once you get to the Supreme Court of Canada, like the Chilcotin decision, like it's set in stone. You move because of that. And I think we're heading to another round of that where it won't matter who the premier is. You'll be too far down a road unless you're going to start doing federal constitutional changes, which God help us.
God help us. Good. I mean, we may be heading there one way or the other. The one thing that I would point out here, and I would praise BC on this one. Firstly, I love when First Nations nations are ruthless and effective. Good. We need you in the process. We need you to be ruthless and effective. The issue I think that I often have with a lot of these First Nations groups is like, look, pretend the white man never came. We would still need to find solutions and mechanisms for resolving some of these issues. We would still need solutions and mechanisms for figuring out whether or not the pipeline goes through or not, or whether or not a private property thing is going to be effective. And you would still need some kind of super authority to help navigate between the interests of one tribe or another tribe, or one nation and another nation. So, and that's before we get into colonization issues and reconciliation issues. Like, we need a practical path forward that allows us to come to certain decisions about whether or not stuff goes through or not go through around pragmatic and agreed upon criteria and timelines. And we would need that even if there was never a white person ever stepped foot west of the Rockies. So can we get to that place? And what does that look like? And the other one I just say is I want to praise British Columbia, because British Columbia has often been at the forefront of things like decriminalization and safe supply. But where I really like what BC is culturally, and its political culture is very different from the rest of Canada, is that BC is willing to experiment with stuff way ahead of the rest of the country, but it's also willing to roll that stuff back when it hasn't worked. And that's something that I see in BC that I don't see in places like Ontario. Ontario rolls out safe supply, and it's clearly not worked, or it's clearly led to unintended side effects. And anyone who points out the bleedingly obvious gets branded as a, bigoted hater who just wants, people who are on drugs to die en masse.
We roll it back, Jen, but we do it by stealth.
Yeah, you roll it by stealth. Yeah, you do it when nobody's looking, and only after attacking every single critic who points out the blindingly obvious.
Pretend it was the plan all along.
It was the plan all along. Whereas in BC, you guys are willing to say, look, we will be at the forefront of experimenting with some policy goals, but we'll be the first to roll it back if it doesn't work. And I've respected EB for that. Like, I've been like, I don't have a problem with it trying a drug decriminalization experiment, so long as you have a political culture that allows you to roll it back when it's not working, to acknowledge that it's not working, to pull it back when it's not working.
Yeah.
And EB's been willing to do that. Ontario hasn't. There's something different about the political culture in places like Ontario, Ottawa, and Quebec that make them really, really reluctant to just say, this ain't working.
I think that's
it is we have the same phenomenon. We just seem to have accelerated it. When the government here brought in decrim and safe supply, there were some mayors who came up and said, like, holy moly, look at what's happening here. Look at this. I'm seeing prescription pill packets outside of pharmacies that are government pills that are being resold. And the first response was, well, you're fear mongering and you want people to die on the street. And it's the same cycle. It's just moved so fast in BC, I think, because the premier changed. We had a couple elections. The Conservatives roared to within a seat of winning. And so things are moving so quickly here that cycle accelerates to the point where you can't, this government doesn't have the capital to pretend like it can't respond. It has to switch. It had to move on the carbon tax because it was right before an election. It has to move on decrim and safe supply. It's got to move on everything now because it's teetering on the verge of an election at any moment. Against it's reached that 10-year sniff cycle too, where at 10 years people start to go, yeah, I'm not sure, and that it's just like it's moving so fast, but it's the same elements that you're talking about in other parts of the country.
Rob, I think we only got you for another minute or two here, but I want to throw an interesting question at you, and I'm going to jump even further east than me. I'm going to go all the way over to Quebec. One of the things I thought was interesting, we were talking a few minutes ago, and I think Jen picked up on this about how like BC will advance ideas and then pull them back. You guys are talking about different issues than most of us are, even though, to your point, Rob, affordability and crime, safe streets, drugs are as much or more an issue in BC as they are anywhere else. One of the most interesting political developments, and it looks like it's an experiment that's about to end, is for like the last decade, we had in power in Quebec a party that came along basically on the platform of, we're not going to talk about separation. We're going to talk about the things that people actually want to be talking about. We're going to like work on the economy. We're going to work on healthcare. We're going to work on law and order. And I don't think they've succeeded. And I think Quebec voters have decided they haven't succeeded because the CAC has gone down like all the way down. Is there any demand? Because BC politics is weird lately. Like the Conservative Party seems to have a civil wars almost like brunch now. Like they're on a pretty predictable schedule. Is there any chance someone else in BC shows up and goes, the hell with this? Like elect us and we will fix the roads. Like, is there a movement here to come in on sort of like a radically normal policy and just displace the existing parties?
I thought you were going with the separation question. Is there anyone who wants to emerge in BC to separate from the rest of the country? The answer to that being no. There's some fringe groups that are, but
there always are.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, that is the history of the province. The New Democrats here have only won like 4 times, and every time they've got sort of thrown out when everyone else coalesces to present a moderate, viable, middle of the road alternative. But I think that didn't happen in the last election here because people are taking their cues from the United States. They're taking them federally, and Pierre Poilievre has the same problem. You don't have to compromise anymore. You can find a band of yahoos who believe in ostrich rights on a Reddit thread, and you can go online and whip them all up, and they'll donate, and they'll get on your Facebook page, and it'll look like you're part of a movement, and suddenly you're polling at 7%, and people are like, oh my God, we got to do something about the ostriches. Like, and there is very little appetite from the fringe parties in BC now. We have several fringe people to come back in and say, I'm going to put my pet issues down for the larger good. And maybe you guys see that in your provinces too, where it's like Maxime Bernier had a little bit of this, although he didn't go anywhere, but Pierre Poilievre is facing it. I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe the end that we've reached a sort of end here of like the moderate coalition, and it's going to be gradients of crazy, and how crazy do you want to go? And there's one leadership candidate in the BC Conservative race right now who has signed a deal with the crazy far right party called One BC to just give up 5 ridings, just to get him to come, and support him. And that's the opposition party that is 1 seat away from a government. There's a guy who's running who could win, who's going to give up 5 ridings to the crazy far right party in exchange for support to form a minority government. Like the party's not, the fringe isn't coming in. You're cutting deals with the fringe. And it just doesn't feel like we're getting back to that moderate point. A couple attempts here have failed to do it. And the old days of the BC Liberals, of Gordon Campbell and the kind of like free enterprise coalition, let's focus on the economy, we don't need to talk about abortion or anything. That is not where the parties are at right now. They're talking about massive cultural, social issues here, and I don't see it. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure the public would like it to an extent, but the politicians aren't there.
Well, I'm looking forward then to the Knesset era of BC politics, where you've got parties that have 4% of the polls and 2 seats dictating who actually gets to be the premier. Rob, we will let you go. I believe Jen now is going to go on an existential tirade, so I will spare you that. You can
sense it. You can sense it rising in me. You can
her eyes get weird, and she leans in closer to the camera, so I know where that's going. But Rob Shaw, thanks, buddy. Good to talk with you. And
thanks for having me.
Like I pinged you a couple days ago. Write us something. Like try to explain this to us in writing, because I don't know what the hell is happening. So please explain it to me.
I will give it a shot.
Okay.
I'll see you later.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Rob Shaw from Czech News, and he did, as he mentioned, I'm going to pull this up. I don't want to get the name wrong here, Jed. Let me promo his thing correctly here, because he'd mentioned his A new podcast coming up. Rob Shaw covers BC politics for Czech News, Business and Vancouver, and hosts the weekly politics show Political Capital, which is starting a new daily edition Monday. So promo that as well. Check out Political Capital and hear Rob Shaw talking BC. So Jen, before I know you want to. I know.
No, I'm totally cool, man. What you talking about?
There are two questions that
idea.
have come in. Phil
No,
has fed me
no,
two questions.
No, that's fine.
I will let you do your tirade, but these are actually good
No,
questions.
I don't. I have no tirade to offer. None. You're just wrong about this, Matt. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all.
What are the line's future plans? Because we've been hinting at stuff during our campaign.
Do we want to? I mean, I'm fine. I mean,
I don't know. And the reason why I don't think we should, Jen, two reasons. The line is currently working on two things, and they're really cool. But one of them requires the cooperation of a third party, and we don't have anything signed with them yet. So I don't want to talk about that. The other one would require legal discussions, not in the sense of lawyers, but just figuring out the logistics of it. So can you, Jen, do you think the audience will let us get away with saying we're working on two things actively here, but we don't want to talk about them until they're locked up?
Can I speak in a general sense that I think that a bit general thematically? Can I speak thematically?
Yes, but do it as if you had not had 3 glasses of wine.
No promises. No, look, it's this
Finger
or the existential.
Over the abort button again.
It's this or the existential tirade. Look, I think that one of the things that when we started the line in 2020. I don't want to say that we were totally reactionary or in response to what was then called woke. Problematic phrase, caveats inserted here. But we had a pretty clear sense of what we were for and what kinds of values and perspectives we thought were worth preserving. In a moment when it felt like those values and perspectives were being scrubbed out of the mainstream. And it did feel like they were being scrubbed out of the mainstream. I think both you and I sensed that. And we built the line as a kind of bulwark against that, and saying, no, we have a valuable perspective and voice, and we're not willing to make the kinds of cultural compromises that are necessary or that are now being demanded upon us out of the blue in order to survive, in order to continue to exist in a journalism and a commentary adjacent space. And we've been very successful in that. And I'm very proud of what we've built. Even if what we've built is a very niche little lifeboat for us, that's great. You know what I mean? Good for us. However, that era I think is past. The pendulum has swung. My concerns now are not about my ability to function in a mainstream space because I'm deemed too problematic or conservative for having anything outside of a very narrow range of opinions. Like, I just don't think that that's the reality that we're in anymore. I'm expecting my invite to politics in the pen to start rolling back in sometime in the next year or two. That's the you're laughing at me because it's true. It's true. We're not quite, woke isn't totally over yet. Woke will be totally over when Jen Gerson gets invited back to politics in the pen. No, I'm joking. I don't care. But anyway.
I don't care, she insists. I don't care.
I don't actually. But now we're trying to figure out, okay, well, what's next? What makes sense for us to be in? Where's there a vacuum? Where is there a space for us to occupy that can be useful? And I think it's not necessarily strictly Canadian commentary. I think it's probably a bit broader than that. So we're going to see where that goes. But we need to make a business case for it, and we need to make a logistical case for it.
Yeah. So, and again, I know I'm being shitty here, teasing things we don't want to talk about, but I have been burned too many times in this industry to ever discuss openly something where there has not been wet ink affixed to a contract. So when we are prepared to announce this stuff, we will, but we're spending a lot of our time on this because I think Jen has actually encapsulated it really well. The line, as we originally conceived it, was perfectly suited for that exact era. and then actually was incredibly adaptable for the weird stuff that came next. A plague, a war, the convoy weirdness, the end of the Trudeau government. We were really well positioned for that. Are we as well positioned as we need to be for trade war, for Trump, for a realignment in the Western Alliance? We can do some of that, but I don't know if our assets are where we need them to be. So we're working on it. Where we, Jen, forgive me for being so cynical, but like something that you and I both noticed is that you and I will glance occasionally, just as we have to, and it's not narcissism, it's just, it's business. We look at what articles are performing well and which ones aren't, and which podcasts are performing well and which ones aren't. And they don't look the same today that they would have 5 years ago.
No, they don't.
The audience is, and I think the audience is correctly, just like I was saying to Rob a few minutes ago, the audience is focused on the issues that matter. The government, the voters are focused on the issues that matter. The governments aren't. We, as the editors of the line, need to make sure we are covering the stories that really matter. And right now we can do it. We have the resources to do it, and we have the skill set to do it. But I think we can do it better. So that's kind of what we've been looking at, and that's what we're working at now. So forgive me for being vague, but that's as far as I'm going to go. When we sign the damn contracts, I will tell you more. This is another great question, Jen, and it's a related one. This is an interesting one. What would you like to see more from in journalism in Canada right now on the small and the medium scale? And then he said more specific, more local. My answer, Jen, and I think you're probably going to agree with this, but I don't want to speak for you here. My answer is really simple. I want to return to hyper-local journalism. And I'm not saying ignore the national stuff, because the national stuff really, really matters. But the national stuff, to the extent anything in Canada is currently well served, Parliament is well covered, at least relatively speaking. Not as well covered as it used to be.
Yeah.
But I honestly do not know what is happening in my own community. And I'm not talking Toronto here. Toronto's a big place. 3 million people here, almost 8 million people in the metro area. I don't pretend I'm going to know every nuance of what's happening here. Like the GTA is larger than most provinces, but I don't know what's happening in my neighborhood. And what is actually meaningfully stepping in to fill that gap is the Least Side Facebook group.
Well, that's what I was going to point out. And as I said, I'm actually not even sure that that's a bad thing. I think that that's a return to a kind of more primitive form of journalism that is not necessarily wrong. It's going to be the local group chat and the local Facebook group and the neighbors group that actually gives you that hyper-local stuff. And we're going to have to develop new norms and standards around that kind of communication in a social media era, but we will, and that's fine. So yeah, I've always made the play for, or made the case for, I want a strong CBC with a stronger mandate than it currently has. And I want that mandate to be really fixated on local journalism and specific beats. One of the things I think that's a major mistake of the Broadcast Act is that they didn't implement journalistic specific beats and approaches in legislation. Like, I want a Supreme Court reporter who's been there for 40 years. Or a Supreme Court bureau even that's been there for 40 years. I think the Supreme Court is actually undercovered and Parliament is overcovered. Right?
Relatively, I think we could probably cover Parliament better, but you're not wrong.
Sure,
like the Ottawa
I mean,
coverage is Parliament.
There should be, a reporter, a CBC reporter assigned to every appeals court in this country. Right? There should be a CBC reporter in every major city hall. There should be at least one CBC reporter per 100,000 person. That I think is a really important mandate. That said, I'm going to be hypocritical here because I don't want to do hyper local reporting, right? I've been doing this in just job for 20 years and I want to go do bigger, better things. Like not better things, but I want to do more intellectually stimulating things than local reporting. Thinky things. Yeah. And I think that if you know my personality and you know what lights me up, that's not a mystery as to why I would want to do that or why I'd want to move on to more interesting, more
20 years ago, early 20s, Jen, you were doing the most local. You were doing Star. You were in the Toronto Star radio.
I was in the Toronto Star radio. I started the Toronto Star radio room, which is about as hyper local as you can get. And for those who may not be aware of that, this was a fantastic program for journalism students where they would line up all of the police and ambulance scanners, and it was a 24-hour job where you would do 8-hour shifts, and you would just sit there and you would listen to the scanners, and you would call, police officers every day. And I did that for 2 years and got out of university debt-free as a result of doing that job. It was a great blessing to me. Gave me a really quirky sense of humor, but you take your blessings and your curses, you roll with it. But no, I started on that beat, and it was great when I started on it, and I wouldn't regret any of it. But then you do that for 20 years, and you're just like, okay, I want
I've done
more.
enough.
I've done enough. I've done my time. I've served my time at that.
Once upon a time, though, Jen, and I think you're actually an excellent example of this. You have had an unusually consistent career path in an industry that's been obliterated.
My entire career has been managing decline.
But not just that. Yes, but what I meant was you started doing hyperlocal, you stayed in reporting, but you moved up levels. You started doing bureau work, you started doing opinion columnizing, you started doing editorials, then you started doing long form magazine.
Yeah.
Now you're doing kind of your own masthead editorship, right? Because you and I are the editors of the line.
Yeah.
We're small, but we do the duties here of a magazine editor. That is actually a very old-fashioned career path.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was the weird one. I had the weird career path into journalism where I got plucked out of being a blogger, put on an editorial board, ended up running the editorial board, and then went to do some radio stuff. And now I'm here. I had the weird career path. You had the more normal one. So I think you've articulated it really well. The one thing that I'm not going to push back. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm going to clarify something you said helpfully. You said you don't want to go back and kind of do that kind of reporting that you did before. I don't think that's going to be a problem because I don't think most journalists would ever want to do what we do. We're the weirdos in the industry.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I don't think most people. I talk to many of my good friends and journalists who do that type of local reporting, and they thrive on it. They love it. They don't want to sit alone in a room with a curtain behind their head talking shit about politics and writing solitary little essays about shit. Most journalists also are quite extroverted. And I actually am starting to appreciate that I'm more extroverted than I gave myself credit for, because I'm a crazy person now after being alone for too long. But that's a different conversation for another day.
No, I think we're hitting that conversation.
We're hitting that conversation about 5. We're here. Let's lean into it. But no, I mean most journalists thrive on being around people more than that, and they don't really want to do what we do necessarily either. But that's okay. That's fine. It's an ecosystem. Not everybody can or should be doing the same things. I guess if I want to circle back to the question, what do I want more in journalism? I think there are some brilliant I want to be careful with this statement because I think there are some really brilliant individuals and journalists who are just ruthless. Well, my friend Carrie Tate just got Journalist of the Year at the National Newspaper Awards for her work on the Alberta healthcare scandal stuff, and she has been personally stalked as a result of the work that she's done, and baller, absolutely fearless, completely respect, love her for doing it.
Also very nice.
Very nice,
which
cool
is hard
person,
in that line of work.
Really amazing. But she's under a lot of stress. There's a lot of stress that she's under, and I think she deserves every award she's got coming, and all the praise she's got coming. So I want to preface what I'm about to say with an understanding that there are lots of people like this in this industry who are just balls to the walls and fearless. Okay, but if I were to step 30,000 miles up and observe the industry as a whole, we're very soft. This is not an industry that has normalized viciousness. This is not an industry that's normalized. I mean, I've said this too on the podcast before. On the whole, this is an industry that's been domesticated, and those of us who haven't been domesticated have been marginalized as a result of the economics. And there are downstream effects on the intellectual culture, and there are downstream effects on the functioning of government as a result of that, and as a result of the choices that have been made here. And I find it personally very frustrating. find it very, very frustrating. And here's the thing I would just say I also noticed in a lot of institutions, and I noticed this a lot in newsrooms growing up in my 20s and my 30s, and now I see this pattern in a lot of institutions, is that people in this country, in many institutions, not all, but many institutions are chosen for familiarity and fit, not necessarily for ambition, talent, or success. And the end result is that the institutions have a habit of replicating themselves in a very mediocre way. And people who don't fit within those institutional molds tend to get spewed out. And they have to find their own path. And I've certainly felt that in my career. And I think journalism should be the exception to that. Journalism should have been the place where weirdos and friction points and high adversarial people should be able to thrive. And I think even in newsrooms, I think maybe more so than in other institutions in Canada, certainly, but the intellectual culture is very muted. And that's not a problem I know how to fix.
I think, Jen, I'm going to let you go full existential in a minute, but let me add my thoughts to that.
I've been going for like 3.5 hours straight. So like, let's.
You're just getting started.
Just
No,
great.
you're not. I want to go to bed pretty soon. Remember, I'm 2 hours later than you. One of the things that's happened, and I am asking everyone looking at this live stream right now to look at my hairline and look at my beard. Okay.
All 100 of you. Yeah.
I ain't that young anymore. But you and I are probably among the youngest journalists who have any actually lived memory of the old ways.
The old ways.
Where
the old ways.
Where the companies were powerful enough that they still actually had some fuck off money. Where they could take swings, where they could withstand lawsuits, and where they had the staffing depth to go big on things, to do expertise. You know, just a couple of weeks ago, I don't even know how this happened, but I ended up watching Spotlight again. Spotlight is the story of the Boston Globe investigative team that really kind of blew open some of the Catholic clergy abuse in Boston, more than like 25 years ago now. And it's a great movie, great actors, great story. But one of the things I was just stumbling over was the idea of a newspaper that was that big and powerful. And one of the things, and I'm not saying this to dismiss the younger journalists. I actually have enormous respect for the younger journalists here because they're operating under resource constraints and much more
didn't have to.
Yeah, and in a much more hostile environment too. Like I was years into my career before I was getting death threats on Twitter. I'd get the odd deranged email, but nothing like the kids that were throwing them in there right now. And so we're taking these incredibly talented, well-educated, really smart kids, and we're throwing them into environments that have lost their institutional memory of courage and strength.
Yeah.
So when I was a cub, I was working with people who'd been in 30 and 40 years and remembered when you did not fuck with newspapers because they would win. They would make a plaything of you. And Canadians have always been polite. But a Canadian newspaper, if it came for you 30 or 40 years ago, it was probably putting your head on a pike. And we have an entire generation of journalists now who have never grown up in newsrooms that had that institutional swagger, who had that memory of we are powerful enough to affect change. To if this is a project that matters, we'll put 6 people on it for 3 months. That's gone. What we've got now, and I say this with incredible respect and admiration for them. We got 20-somethings fresh out of J school who do not have the opportunity. Jen was saying, you want someone who's been on one beat for 40 years. Those kids are going to cover 12 different subject matter areas in a 5-day work week.
Yeah.
They're going to be writing 2 stories a day that have nothing to do with each other.
And they're going to be
required.
And they're going to be burned out by 28.
Yeah. So when you talk about the defanging of the industry, I swear to God, I'm not blaming the youngs for this. I'm not some middle-aged journalist going, oh, look at the kids today. I'm saying this is an institutional failure. When you come up in an institution that is 1/10 the size it used to be in terms of staffing reach and has lost most of its garumba.
Well, and I look at you talked about my path into journalism earlier, and like that path's gone. That the path, like the radio room is gone now. It no longer exists. The internships don't exist. Increasingly, even to get the internships, you need degrees that I couldn't get. You need to be coming from a class background that is not mine. I can tell you that, you know, and the career path that I was able to take advantage of and come up with and form my apprenticeship around just it's gone. It's been totally obliterated. So I don't know how to fix those problems. I just I'm bereft. I you know, I've devoted my entire life to a sort of institutional framework that has collapsed around me. And the other thing I'll tell you this story, but you know, I don't want to get really dark here, but
Oh
I
no,
remember
oh,
we're
far
here.
from it, right?
We're here. We're here. No, I went to the Montreal, the convention in Montreal, and I was in the media room and chatting, and great conversations with some of my colleagues and peers in the media room, CP and CPAC. God bless them, have a tendency to now adopt me whenever they find me because they know I'm kind of alone and isolated and all the rest, right?
But they're all. I actually really like the CPAC guys.
CPAC people are my favorite people. They're
Yeah.
fantastic, and like I'm talking to people in there, but I increasingly had the overwhelming sense that like I was one of the few adults at the kids' table. Do you have that sense? Like, yeah, there are definitely some senior people here, but it's the same senior people. And the bright, ambitious, energetic youngs are going to do this for 5 years and then they're going to be gone. And I just looking around going, I'm not. It was one thing to be the adult at the table 10 years ago or 20 years ago when being the senior reporter was like, okay, that's something people are going to look up to and like you're going to have institutional knowledge and you're going to, you know, pass that down. And now I look at people who are 10 years ahead of me on this curve and just the look of exhaustion and just,
You know, Jen, it takes 10,000 privates to make to make a general, and it takes 10,000 sailors to make an admiral, and it takes 30 years. We don't have 10,000 new journalists coming in.
no,
The pipeline is collapsed.
the pipeline's collapsed. I mean, you and have had this conversation as well. It's like we're mid-career journalists.
There's no one going to replace us.
There's not that many.
So Jen and I came in. This is not in any way. We're not trying to say this in a non-humble way, but Jen and I both survived a competitive process. There were more of us. We had to claw our way through a crowd. There's no crowd anymore. There is not throngs of young journalists who are fighting to get out of the radio room to go do a city hall rotation, and then go from city hall to the provincial legislature, and then maybe do a bureau beat or go to crime or courts for a while, or healthcare, and actually get some subject matter expertise and either go deep on that for your whole career, or at some point go, I've done 5 years on healthcare, I want to go do something totally different now. The radio room doesn't exist. There's not a bunch of young kids like Jen learning it who will then, some of them, go up to the next level. The pipeline's collapsed. Like 10,000 sailors make one admiral, and we don't have 10,000 cub reporters anymore. How do we save this? In theory, let 1,000 flowers bloom and come up with hyper-local things that will restart the pipeline, the base of the pyramid. But with the subsidies propping up the zombie corporations and the algorithms suppressing the little guys, it's not going to happen.
There's no path there's no viability to that, which is why I see the only path to preserving certain institutional knowledge and just skill set. I mean, people understand journalism is a skill set. You have to learn it. It's a craft like any other craft. It's a trade, okay? You know, you want someone fixing your toilet, that person's going to have to put in a certain number of hours learning how to fix a toilet. You want to learn someone how to journalism, you're going to do journalism. Like it's not special here, guys. It's just a craft. It's just a trade.
Two friends of the line, Jen, that I'll mention here, Adam Zivo and Raheem Mohammed, they've basically had to MacGyver their own careers.
Yes, and they didn't
because there was no path. There was no path. Standardized on ramp to go through a process, and they wanted to do it, so they figured out a way to do it. And God bless
that's great. And they launched themselves into a columnist position before they had spent any time as an apprentice reporter. And I'm not criticizing them for that. That was the path available to them, and they took it. And I would have done the same. But they've missed out on like 15 years of training that I got.
Yeah.
that I've
And
been
the-
able to take advantage of. I got that training, I got that apprenticeship, I got that mentorship before I had to deal with being a columnist. And they just didn't get that step.
Yep.
And this isn't a criticism of them. They've done wonderful stuff with their careers. I mean, Zivo, I think it now has well surpassed me in terms of his audience. But there are skills he didn't get the opportunity to learn.
I think even the thing that worries me more is that once upon a time, the columnist is the guy who claws his way out of the group of the 100 reporters. And out of that 100 reporters, you have 100 reporters. You don't have that anymore. Like
No.
there was an opportunity for someone to go be a columnist writing about some of these issues that finagled himself effectively with all the love and respect for Adam. I'm not saying this dismissively. He created that out of thin air. He didn't
did.
come out of an ecosystem that exists and serves other purpose. Because if only 1 out of 10 of those reporters who wants to go up actually makes it, you've still got 9 trained reporters that you can put on other things. We don't anymore.
He clearly has personality. He's got a good nose. He's got a lot of the fundamentals that he needs to be highly successful. All of these guys do. You can't, coming up through this new alternative pathway also requires certain skill sets and talents. And I'm not undermining those at all. But it's a different ecosystem than it was, is all I'm saying. And it's an ecosystem that rewards certain types of traits over other types of traits. And some of the traits that are rewarded in the new ecosystem are exacerbated by audience capture in ways that, we didn't, when I was training, we didn't care about what the audience actually, I don't mean this in the wrong way. We weren't trained to write for the audience. We were trained to write
for the editors.
Not for the editors, but we were trained to write a certain way according to an institutional style or standard. And by that, I mean, like,
the editors.
You're prioritizing truth. You got both sides of the story. You wrote it in a certain pyramidal style. Like, there was training, and yes, it was edited. Of course it was. But you were trained to write for a certain institutional norm. And that institutional norm had a strong sense of itself and its purpose in a democratic ecosystem. And that's been broken.
20 years ago, I was a university student with a blog, and I was lucky enough to be introduced to the editorial staff at the National Post. And I cut a very simple, easy deal with them. I wouldn't ever ask them for money, but they would edit me and they would tell me why. And that's how I learned how to be a better writer.
That's right. That's how you get grit. Anyway, this is a long rambling diatribe about journalism, but
you asked journalists a question about journalism.
I know you know what you're getting.
But I agree. I think the question is answered. I want hyper local, and I want so much of it that we actually reestablish the bottom of the food pyramid, and then from that you build the next layer, the next layer, the next layer. But it's going to take a generation if it happens at all.
And also, my approach is actually very different, and that is, I think you need more competition. I think you need to do whatever is possible to increase the competition into the space.
That's what I'm talking about, though. Like, I want a Lee-side newspaper.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm saying I think you need elite level competition because we have created a kind of Potemkin political culture.
Correct. Yeah.
Not critical political culture. We've created a kind of Potemkin critical culture in which we are all mimicking the forms of British and US journalism.
Yeah.
But we've lost the teeth.
Tiny staff writing editorials, very few people read, but they exist, and we still have a free press.
Yeah,
thanks to the Google loot.
Great. So super. You've created a subsidized ecosystem in which you have more bodies that are technically doing journalism, but without any appreciation for what makes that journalism actually function as a democratic backstop. Yeah. And the end result is it's pro forma. It's performative.
It's the classic Canadian problem, Jen. We have the inputs of journalism, but not the outputs.
That's right. The inputs of journalism and not the outputs.
Well, on that cheerful note, do you want to wrap it, or do you want to talk more existential about the bigger
I don't know.
issues?
How many people we got? Like 100 people watching us right now.
150 concurrents. We're still stable. This is not far off from where we've been. The audience is engaged. God bless them or curse them.
There's not very many people watching, but that's fine. We love you. It's good. Okay.
But also, this will be uploaded as a video, and people can come back and enjoy, if that's the term, later. Should we also maybe chop this into segments and you use them in the summer? Maybe, like, we could get some best of content out of this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm recovering. I'm now sobering up. Nobody wants to listen to this. Look, we're just like at this point, we're just two people at a bar shooting the shit at this point, man. This isn't even podcast worthy now. We're here with our best 100 friends at this point.
Well, 156, but yes.
156 friends. I mean, and we love you dearly. You're great. And
Well, I don't
how
know.
much money did we make? We made like $3,000 on this live stream. That's amazing.
About that, yeah. And
I'm thrilled.
I'll put out
Thank
a final
you.
update to everybody, but
Thank you.
The fundraiser completely exceeded expectations. So we do have the best supporters in the world. And this is why we're doing it. Like, this is talking about kind of the zombie and Potemkin media ecosystem. It's something we say all the time, and I don't know. I think the audience thinks it's almost like a slogan for us, but we tell them all the time, we don't accept federal money, and that makes us incredibly rare. And it comes at enormous costs, like literal costs. I was looking at, there were some stories out this week about what some other outlets in Canada are receiving through various federal funds. Oh my God.
We can't scale.
Well, we can, but we do it really slowly. Like
Yeah, and also we have put ourselves at a perpetual competitive disadvantage because we won't take the money that everybody else is taking.
We're not using AI in any substantive role. We use it for copy editing and transcripts of podcasts. That's it. So we're not doing the easy stuff there. We're not taking the federal money. We're doing it the hard way. Like our actual niche marketing position is we're meat generated subsidy free journalism.
And also, yeah, it's great making a fortune on that. And then also at the same time, we refuse to fall into the audience capture problem. Like, look, if we wanted to follow the path of people whom we shall not name on the left and the right, we could give you exactly what we know what you want. We track the metrics.
Play the hits, baby.
I would be shitting on Carney and Trudeau, and we know exactly what it would take to bring you in, keep you ginned up, keep you donate. Like, we know how to play that game. We just chosen not to because
we would lose half of our audience, but the remaining half would spend 3 times as much money on us.
And I don't think we'd lose half our audience. I think our value proposition and our audience would probably quadruple if we gave the audience what we know that they wanted in a capitalistic society. Like, we would do that. The audience that we have is very cultivated and they're values driven. And I respect that and I appreciate it enormously because it allows us to be values driven as well and to basically be like, look, I'm always going to tell you what I think is true. I'm never going to bullshit you. I might be wrong. I might make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, but I'm always going to tell you what I think is true. Without exception.
I just want to reassure everybody that Jen did not just say values 3 times in a row because Mark Carney paid us to promote his book. Total coincidence.
Nobody's buying Mark Carney's book. I've tried to read it.
Today.
It's pretty turgid. I'm not. See, there's me telling you exactly what I believe. It's awfully turgid.
It's a central banker with political aspirations.
Who wrote in 2020. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't read much into it, literally.
Well, you know what, Jen? If you have nothing existential to say, we can wrap it here.
But I thought I got kind of existential there. Like, how do I fix Matt? How do we fix the accountability, the total detachment of accountability from outcomes in Canada? It's up to you and me, bud. How are we going to do it?
I'm not going to get existential here, but I will make a point, and I've avoided talking about it all night long. But I think most of our audience knows that I am currently in the center of a major family health crisis. My wife, unfortunately, has become quite ill, completely a bolt from the blue medical emergency, and we're still dealing with it. One of the things, and that's all I want to say about it. I really don't want to talk about it tonight. But one of the things that I have found very interesting is how it has compressed the things I actually care about by about 95%. 95% of the things I cared about 6 months ago, I don't care about anymore. And God willing, one day I'll have the spare bandwidth to care about stupid bullshit again, but I don't right now. And one of the things I've realized in this is that for years I've been writing about Canadian state dysfunction. I don't want to say as a hobby, but like I was a very comfortable and safe Canadian journalist. The line has been successful enough to give Jen and I a perch where we get to actually say the things that we believe. And I could write about Canadian state dysfunction with the luxury of it being intellectually stimulating but not existential. Healthcare system delays are now an existential threat to me. The slow pace of adoption of technological change in this country is now an existential threat to me. The ability of this country to innovate and derive benefit from emerging opportunities is now an existential threat to me. I don't know how to fix the problems, but I've never been more motivated to do it, because a crisis sharpens the mind. And one of the things I've been worried about in this country for years, COVID didn't sharpen our minds.
No,
This
it diminished all of these things.
This emergency came along 6 years ago, and it killed 60,000 of us. And I had dared dream that that would be enough to give this country a shake. And somehow, it's like Jen and I have been talking a little bit about the lack of a Canadian immune system, the accountability. Jen, I worry that it's not even, here I'm getting existential. I worry that it's worse than the lack of an immune system. It's almost, instead of a lack of an immune system, it's a presence of like an anti-immune system, where even when presented with real failures in Canada.
You're just fear-mongering.
Yeah. It's
Don't
not
you know how
even
hard we're trying?
that there's almost an active and concerted, and it's not organized. I shouldn't say concerted. It's not organized, but it's like a culturally learned response. Bad things don't happen here, you American. And if they happen here, they're anomalies. And they don't tell us anything about the system. So the state of Canadian healthcare in this country right now is appalling. But you try to talk about that, and you just wait. Just wait. Someone will come along and go, "What the fuck are you talking about? My mom needed a hip replacement and got it in only 7 months." And you try to say to them, actually, that's kind of a long time. Much longer than it would have been in like France or Italy or Norway. And then they look at you, what, do you want people to go bankrupt because they have a heart attack? It's like, no. I wanted your mom to get her hip replaced faster. And I've written a lot about cults. That's one of your little...
Yeah, I'm super fascinated by cults. Cults and aliens. I'm really weird.
To what extent do you recognize cult-like behavior in the Canadian reflex to immediately insist that when bad things happen here, they don't actually mean anything?
I think that is too reductive. A little bit. I think that if you look at partisan politics and how partisan politics are structured, I think that they have what I would call kind of a managed cult-like approach to dealing with people. And by that, I mean, you have like personality at the top, you have fairly tight controls that are policed through forms of exclusion, punishment. If you look at what's called in cult literature, the bite control model, right? It's I can't say it offhand, but if you Google this, just BITE, there's the model of control that you see in cults is generally identified through a series of checklists, right? I see a lot of that in partisan politics, party politics in particular, but in a way that is controlled and managed by a larger superstructure, right? So that it doesn't get totally out of hand. I don't think that Pierre Poilievre or Mark Carney are going to be handing out suicide juice. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's right. So I think that saying that it's cult-like is too reductive. There is something culturally distinct that I can't put my finger on, and it's gotten worse in the last 10 years. Where I says, okay, the moment that broke my heart for journalism, and the moment that I'm still grieving, right, and I'm still genuinely grieving this process, and I think I'm at the end of it now. But it was the moment when I started to see tweets go around that from journalists that claimed that free speech was like a Nazi dog whistle. It was like a memo had gone around that I missed because I'm spurgy and weird, that all of the values that I thought I'd been fighting for my entire career were like overnight verboten. that's what it felt like. And I realized for a lot of people, you didn't perceive it that way. But I suddenly looked around at all of these people and all these institutions that I thought I was totally in alignment with. And all of a sudden I was like a foreign entity in them, or I didn't fit in any of them anymore. Like I didn't change. I wasn't the one who changed. I just missed a memo. That was what it felt like emotionally to me. Um, something's gone wrong here. We have a role. We have an important role to play, and it's not to be nice, and it's not to be liked. But when you get to a point where you have senior people in important democratic institutions falling into tears because they're afraid that people on Twitter will be mean to them, we've lost something. We've lost a backbone. We've lost a capacity to serve our function as institutional guarantors of accountability and democratic reform. And that's happened. That has happened. I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
You've seen it happen. We know it's happened. And yet when you try to bring this up and have an honest conversation about it with people in our industry, oftentimes the perception is, well, you're overreacting, you're perceiving it wrong. It's gaslighting. You just get gaslit. I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know. It feels like I'm increasingly not in the same reality space.
Yeah. So you and I have had this talk before. I don't disagree with you, but I think you're overly focused on the media element of it, and I understand. Like, I understand why. Like, I understand the
No,
point
no,
you're
no.
making, why you're bringing it.
This is just what I'm exposed to, but I realize that like people in many other institutions and in institutional roles have
Yeah.
gone through exactly the same
Yeah.
emotional process that I've gone
Yes.
through.
But I also think like what I'm worried about is not the lack of the immune system; it's the anti-immune system, which is every once in a while, someone in Canada, and maybe it is a member of the press, maybe it's a politician, maybe it's just a person with a Twitter profile or a Facebook group, goes, "Why is fucked up thing happening?"
Mm-hmm.
And the response of a dispiriting number of their neighbors, peers, fellow Canadians is to basically shame them for mentioning it because Canada is a good country.
Oh, the classic example is the Tristan Hopper, why am I picking up needles from my front yard? And then
what, you want addicts to die?
Yeah.
And I think crime's a great issue because you will have horrifying stories, and this is a very Toronto specific example. I know it's not the same everywhere, but in Toronto in the last couple of years, we have had a small number of organized crime rings that were basically stealing luxury cars and getting them out of the country through very, very well understood smuggling networks here. Like, this was, we were not all baffled by how this was happening. We understood exactly what was happening. And as eventually the police did start to get involved, and the criminal organizations responded by ratcheting up the violence, and the criminal organizations were also competing against each other. So this was becoming an escalating violence thing. And there were people in the community who were sounding the alarm about this. And the response, a depressing number of the time, wasn't to go, you know what, you're right, we've got a problem here, it's getting worse, and here's how we're going to address it. It was to go, yeah, but Toronto is a very safe city compared to like Chicago or New York. And I don't know, and like the problems you're talking about in journalism are real, but I think they're downstream of that Canadian cultural reflex, which is when presented with a problem, our reflex isn't to go, that's a problem that we should fix. It's to look at it as an anomaly that should be minimized. Because any data point that exists outside of the version of Canada as a society we wish to have, rather than being a warning indicator, it's a false positive and it should be dismissed. And the people who focus on it, the people who are focused, yes, they're the hysterical fear mongers.
And that's an indication of a deep cultural insecurity. Because culturally, people who are culturally secure aren't afraid to address problems. They're just not in the same way. And that means that the people who are actually increasingly pointing out and addressing problems are often bad faith actors who are grifting off of them. Right? Which makes it harder it makes it even harder because that means that the whole cycle gets hyperpolarized and it makes it even harder to address, right? But yeah, I don't know how to describe that. Like, what's the upstream problem? The upstream problem is that we're deeply we I don't know how to, it's an identity crisis. It's there's something deeply wrong and we're deeply insecure about who we are and what we're doing here, because people who are secure in those things don't shy away from acknowledging car theft. Like that's
Or home
crazy.
invasions,
Or home
yeah.
invasions, or like needles in my kid's playground is bad. Like is it a decay of a kind of a shared moral ethic? Like maybe I can't put my finger on the problem, but I think you're right. It's the what I've noticed in media, or the cultural shifts that have happened in media, are downstream of the issue.
And, you know, like, again, this was intellectually stimulating to me 6 months ago. Now it's existential, because the United States and Europe are years ahead of us in exactly the kind of medical care that might end up making the difference for my family.
Mhm.
And this worries me. And, you know, when neighbors of ours, good friends, had their home violently broken into, and it was only by the grace of God that they weren't there that night. Even among their friends, our friends, there were like, I reacted with horror. Others reacted with, "Oh, that never happens in this neighborhood. Terrible anomaly. Will never happen again. Don't worry about it." And, you know, I think if you actually look at the last 5 or 6 years of Canadian history, we've actually had a lot of really weird shit happen. But we've dismissed all of them as anomalies that are unrelated to each other. And I think it might be better to view some of these things as indications that our state capacity is no longer capable of keeping a lid on problems. So I think that your needles and parks example is amazing, because it shouldn't take much of an immune system in your body politic to go, needles and parks are bad, and we should fix them. Or a different example, parks themselves basically being turned into open air homeless shelters is not something we want.
That's not good for homeless people or for
Not
the
good for
other people
anybody.
who want to use the parks.
Yeah, like it is literally a lose-lose answer to a real problem. But rather than, therefore, as a mature society, go, we should therefore figure out a way to address the problem, we just immediately began accusing each other of having bad motives and reassuring ourselves that relative to the United States, the problem wasn't that bad.
Do you remember when there was that guy who did the tour of the Vancouver East Side and then had the audacity to film it and put
Yeah, I
it
do.
on YouTube? And the response of the media here was to criticize the guy for
Invading the privacy.
invading
Yeah.
the privacy of the down.
Yeah, I do. He was filming the needles, the people
And
who
he
were
was
passed
filming
out,
he was
the
feeling
human
disorder.
feces on the
He
sidewalks.
he actually went inside Insight, which I had never actually seen the inside of, and it's a crack den. It's a horror show. Why is it that we can't have an actual debate about whether or not, I mean, I don't want to overly generalize here. Why does it feel to me like most of the mainstream media is absolutely in lockstep with extending MAID to people with mental illness? Why is that not an absolutely vociferous debate? That's a philosophically interesting debate that I'm not seeing.
Can I ask a different question?
Okay.
Related but different.
Okay.
How badly must something fail in Canada before it would be not controversial to call it a failure?
It's all just a learning opportunity, man.
Can I throw a hyper Toronto example at you? It's one of my favorite ones. It's
Sure, we're an hour over, but let's go.
Yeah, we'll wrap this up maybe in about
we're now
10 or
literally
15 minutes.
At the bar.
The audience is hanging
Shooting
out
the
there,
shit.
a lot of them.
All right, cool. A lot of them have now criticized my drinking. Guys, the drinking thing's a shtick, guys. I had 3 drinks over the course of now 4 hours. Cut me some slack, okay? It's a shtick. It's a shtick to get you to donate. I got $3,000 out of this shtick. Give me a break.
And 3 drinks.
And 3 drinks.
All right, I'm switching to a different brand of sugar-free cola because I know how to party. A la carte. Do you remember a la carte? So, oh God, this is like 15 years ago now. The city of Toronto decided it wanted a greater variety of street food that was for sale. And one of the options would have been like amending city bylaws to allow the market to address that problem. What Toronto decided to do instead was create like a city hall diverse food bureaucracy to hyper manage a variety of small outlets that would serve diverse food options. And they had to, like, instead of basically just saying, here are the licensing standards, here's the zoning of where you can operate, and here are the public health standards, the city of Toronto like had a vending process to select the truck that would be bought by everyone who participated in the program to serve the food. And the truck they ended up, it was like not a truck, it was a trailer, ended up being like dysfunctional. It didn't work and it wasn't properly insulated for the winter. The program was like a complete fiasco. And the greatest measure of accountability that ever came out of it was like a tough interview with a politician who described the experience as humbling. It was an abject public policy failure, and nothing changed. We have people dying in emergency rooms, and the CBC will write 400 words about it. We have people being killed by people who are out on bail for other violent crimes. And we don't want to talk about it. We just want to talk about the stigmatization of, marginalized groups that are disproportionately represented in our justice system. I do not honestly remember when the last time we actually called a failure in this country. Maybe the Phoenix payroll system. No one defends that.
Has that even been resolved?
No.
Okay, cool.
No, the latest major update on that was that they needed more time and another $1.5 billion.
Okay.
So I think your point about cultural insecurity was bang on. It takes a certain degree of moral courage to admit you failed.
Well, that's the key word, isn't it? Moral. We have no shared moral standard. We have no agreed upon set of method of making values anymore. We've degraded that capacity. So if there's no shared moral standard, then nobody can fail against it. Nobody can ever be held to account against it. How do you rebuild from that?
There actually is a really easy answer, but no one's going to like
it. You're meeting me where I live now, man.
Collapse. Things need to break so completely they need to be rebuilt. And I don't necessarily mean civilizational collapse, because that would be unpleasant. Look, my family is now dependent on an incredibly sophisticated and intricate network of healthcare services, and without them, things would go badly for us very quickly. So I'm not rooting for societal collapse.
And it's not gonna come that easy. It's not gonna be collapse because we're such a wealthy country, and we have so much wiggle room. It's just going to be decline, and that's what I've been managing since I was 19 years old in journalism.
We will only fix the systems. Decline. Yeah, we will only fix the systems when they actually break completely.
Well, that's not going to happen in our lifetimes. We're going to be managing decline for another 40 years. Because we can still sniff off those fumes for another 40 years. I don't know.
There are things that have maybe gotten broken enough that things are starting to change. And an example, we were talking about it about an hour ago with Rob Shaw, is that things in BC got weird enough on the drug front that they actually have walked back some of their policies.
Yeah, they've walked back some of it. Yep. Because the public disorder got so out of hand. So look, it's possible.
Could there be enough corpses waiting in hallways and emergency rooms that we would decide to actually reform healthcare? Maybe.
Would we cover it?
I don't know. Is there any question?
I think you'd need an American or a Brit to cover it. I think you'd need to shame the country into being exposed in the foreign press before anybody would take it seriously.
At one of my, and I'm going to write about this eventually when I'm a little less horrified by it, but at one of my recent visits to a major healthcare facility in the largest, richest city in a G7 country, I watched a guy die. Unattended and alone on a stretcher in a hospital hallway where he'd been waiting for hours, and eventually a nurse noticed he was dead, and she got a very neutral, professional look on her face, and he was wheeled into a room, and a bunch of staff gathered, and they pulled a curtain, and a couple of minutes later, he was wheeled out with a sheet over his face. How many of those will it take?
Oh, thousands.
A lot
Thousands.
more than
Many,
we've had.
many thousands more.
Yeah. And I don't know. Look, I don't know. He was a very old and frail man. I don't know if he could have been saved, but he died alone in a hallway. Is that outrageous in and of itself, or will there be Canadians out there who just want to insist that, hey, at least it's better than his family going bankrupt in America with his medical bills?
Which he probably wouldn't have done because he would have had Medicaid.
Mhm.
Because we operate on an assumption or a fantasy of how bad things are in America, and that's often it's not the critiques are wrong, but it's not totally the reality either. I don't know, like it's you can pull a reality force field around yourself for a really long time, I think. I think you can operate in a perception of where you are as this country and a society and a family for a really long time.
Kind of surprised I'm even darker than you.
Well, that's true, but this is also the core of why I'm so upset about the stupid sovereign wealth fund stuff, right? Like we have this once in a generational opportunity to pull up here, guys. It's right here, and it's slipping away from us, and you're announcing a $25 billion sovereign wealth fund. I'm not to say that Carney has done nothing. He's done some other stuff that I even agree with, but like I don't get the sense that he has, even though he's saying the right things and he's moving the rudder in the right direction, I don't think that he has a sense of the scale and scope of the trajectory because he hasn't lived here. And I think that the people who he's surrounded, the four guys who he runs this country with, are insulated from this. They're not in it. They don't see it.
Covering Canadian politics sometimes feels like a Twilight Zone episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Where it's just, and the thing, I'm not hopeless, or actually I'll rephrase that. Maybe I am. But I don't believe our problems are actually insurmountable. It's just I'm increasingly convinced that we lack the desire to fix them. And it's not even ability. I don't believe Canadians are any less entrepreneurial, competent, or ruthless than anyone else. We've just chosen not to react in certain ways. And, when we had military personnel body bagging seniors in long-term care homes during the pandemic, that should have been a wake-up call. But it wasn't.
I think people aren't exposed enough to some of the institutional realities to know how bad things are. I think they don't know. I think they're insulated from it in their daily lives until they're not. And then when they're exposed to how bad things are, pointing out how bad things are makes them feel like a crazy person.
We treat them like crazy people, or
And
worse, we treat them like assholes.
We treat them like assholes or monsters or crazy people, and don't you know your job is to pull together? It's a lack of shared values and expectations problem, and it's a cultural problem. Everything is downstream from it.
I was literally told recently by someone in the media, not a reporter, someone more like us, a weirdo commentator, that we all have a duty to rally behind our prime minister.
No, we don't. That's absolute nonsense.
Jen, the country is under threat, and it is our duty to pull together as Canadians behind Mark Carney.
It's our duty to pull together and pull our heads out of our asses and pull the goddamn plane up from hitting the side of the mountain. That's our duty. And you can't do that if you're unwilling to point out and say the obvious truth about what's going on.
The mountains are much higher in the United States, Jen. The mountains, crashing into that mountain in the United States would be much worse. Don't you know how hard the pilot is trying? Do you think there are not mountains in Europe or the United States? But they don't
Hey.
have mountains, Jen.
We have the best debt of any of the G7 countries, didn't you know?
Mhm.
It's going great.
Double the foreign investment last year than any other G7 country.
Amazing. Perfect.
Dude died like I watched this dude die. But please tell me more about foreign investment in Canada last year compared
All
to
right.
the
I'm
other
going to tell
G7
I'm
countries.
going to share one more story here. One more story here. And that is, look, after my last column, I got a text from somebody who you and I both know. And this is someone who you and I both respect enormously. And this person said, "I'm sorry, but I'm finding the line to be unbearably and unreadably negative."
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that's actionable feedback. I was like, look, dude, I mean, I wrote the happy story about the moon like a couple weeks ago.
true.
Like, I do try to balance it out on occasion, but I understand why reading us would make you feel kind of depressed. But I walked away from it and I was kind of bothered by it because I went back and thought about what my column was actually about. And what my column was about was the degree to which our high trust culture had insulated us from honest critique about what is going wrong and what is not working. And unless we have a culture of high trust that's grounded in reality, but also willing to actually address that shit, things aren't going well. We can't pull out. You can't fix anything. And the response by this person whom I love and respect was, this is just so unbearably negative.
I've already texted you who I think it is.
You're probably right. My phone's in the other room.
Okay.
Um,
Do you have Facebook on your computer?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending Jen a
but-
Facebook message.
But to me, it was like, okay, so one of the highest intelligent person I know, highest IQ people I know, can't see the irony of this, that this person is embodying and epitomizing exactly the cultural complacency that is keeping us stuck. I can't handle how negative it is. I can't handle how negative realities become. I can't handle how disappointed I am. What do you want to do? Go work for Bee Giant? Like, I don't know. Like, this doesn't.
I just texted you the name of who I think it was.
All right, on Facebook.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're now fully into
We're
the
now
weeds
directly
here, guys.
excluding the audience.
No, you don't have it right.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to tell me later then.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Unexpected. I think the thing that frustrates me, and maybe Jen, do you have anything left to say?
We're fully into
word?
therapy. No, we're fully into therapy mode now, man. We're embracing therapy mode. I'm not even texting. I hope nobody's even watching this anymore, to be perfectly blunt. It's like,
the audience has gone up slightly.
I really, maybe we just needed to get some things off our chest. We feel better now.
I'm not actually naturally a pessimistic person. And that might be a surprise to people who know me through my work. But I actually think most of my work is an angry recoil for things that feel wrong to me. And I don't mean morally wrong, I mean incorrect. There is no reason Canada should not have thriving functional healthcare. There is no reason we should not have gleaming infrastructure. There are countries out there that exist in environments that are under real existential threat, where considerable portions of the national GDP and even just political energy have to go to dealing with issues that are beyond their control.
Yeah. Ukraine.
As an example, Israel, Taiwan, many others, most of the Eastern European countries. Canada has the luxury of not, more or less, not having to worry about that.
We are playing the geopolitical game on easy mode, guys.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the resources and the opportunities available to us. And we just can't pull up. I am genuinely I'm heartbroken. This is not the country that was promised. This ain't it, guys.
I'm not
It's not,
angry,
it's
Jen.
just,
I'm
it's
disappointed.
just, yeah, it's not good enough. That's what nobody wants to confront. It's not that it's impossibly bad or that it's falling apart at the seams exactly just yet, but it ain't good enough. And there's no excuse for it not being good enough. I don't know how to get through to people on that, and I don't know how to get it through people's head. That it's just like, with the opportunities and the resources available to us, we should be a powerhouse. This should be the sort of place where I'm just like, I'm so excited for my kid to build a life here. I'm so excited for what they're going to do. And despite every opportunity, like the resources, the water, the minerals, the size, the scale, the scope, the opportunity that this country could represent.
I just think one of the funniest things as an indictment of us is that one of the greatest challenges we face as a society today is that we didn't build enough homes, which is actually, on the grand scheme of things, a remarkably easy thing to do. And
we have the lowest population density on the planet.
But I mean, yeah,
the land, the land, we lumber.
But also,
we have the wood just on the endless expanse of land.
But it's also something that's, just relatively speaking, and I'm not knocking our skilled trades workers, but it is on the fairly low end of a societal like scale of sophistication, right? Like, we're not talking about the Artemis program. We're talking about bungalows.
Which is something we've done before.
And again, yeah, exactly.
We've done this
before several times.
We know how to build houses.
And
good houses.
Having arrived at a point of almost unparalleled and unprecedented societal consensus that this is a crisis that requires a massive coordinated response, we have yet to generate said massive and coordinated response. And we actually seem in a weird way to be lucking out because other geopolitical and immigration changes that you mentioned earlier are solving some of the problem for us. But I think, like Mike Moffat, like, God bless that guy. Like, he's been trying, he's the housing version of what I've been trying to be on defense.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I've talked with him about this. It's like, we're getting to a point where there is broad societal consensus that the housing crisis is in fact a crisis. And then you look at sort of like the bar graph going up of like consensus that this is a problem. And then you do a bar graph of housing starts and it's going in the opposite direction. There has never been a greater degree of societal consensus that this is something we need to do better, and we need to do better very quickly. And we are also slowing down. So at a certain point, again, like there's that old cliche that a cynic is just a disappointed idealist. My natural default setting is contentment. I'm fairly lucky that way. It's not hard to make me happy. I'll rephrase that. It's hard to make me happy. It's also hard to make me unhappy. I exist in a pretty stable, cheerful medium of contentment. But it's getting harder to do anything in this country, and it is now requiring extraordinary levels of effort to do ordinary things. Okay. Like and subscribe. Are we done?
Yeah, we finished a good hour and 13 minutes ago, Matt. Like, we're off the chain obnoxiously over time. I stopped being coherent 9:30. It's 10:13 now.
Well, the good news is
we can't even help ourselves, can we? We have a problem. The problem's not alcohol. It's listening to ourselves talk.
The problem, and I'm gonna say this.
The
problem is the weirdos who reward it.
Yup.
Because
Yup, yup,
If
yup,
the
yup.
live stream had collapsed to like 4 people, that would have been our immune system. That would have been
This
our
is
pain signal. The
the
audience has
audience.
gone up.
This is the audience capture problem. Yup, 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 yup. But I feel better. I've got some things off my
Yeah.
chest. I'm feeling good.
I
Thanks.
had
Do you want to come back next week? This is free therapy. Next, like what do I do with my life next, Matt? Like how do I best operationalize my skills for the greatest and highest good?
well,
You know,
we're
I
working on that.
I can't fix the country single-handedly. What do I do? What do I do? Yup, 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 yup,
You
yup, 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 yup,
you know
yup,
what?
yup.
Okay, you asked a question. You have to let me answer it. You do what I've been telling you to do for years because I was further ahead of you in the grief cycle. I was maybe a year or two. You're catching up to where I've been for a couple of years. You protect your family first. And once your family is protected, you protect your friends. Once your friends are protected, you protect your colleagues. Once you have enough groups of colleagues protecting each other, the country will be okay. But
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think
can't-
that's
I can't fix the country, but I might be able to save my family.
okay. You save your family.
I'm working on it.
And you're working on it. Yup, 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 yup.
One of our commenters said, "We're not weirdos. We're just despondent. This isn't therapy. It's group therapy."
It's group therapy. All right. Next time, the next live stream session, we're
We'll
just
call it
calling
group
group
therapy.
therapy.
Segment 4, group therapy.
Group therapy. Anybody
what?
else want to share? Anybody else want to share their feelings from the chat? This is time. This is your time.
No,
Also,
it's not.
we're
I don't
we're
wanna-
moving we're moving this into paid only subscribers next because like this got real. Okay, like I feel like if I'm going to bare my soul this much, you should at least be paying $8 a month for it.
The new, yeah, we will temporarily postpone the OnlyFans and the feet vertical, and we'll go with the group therapy
Hey,
vertical.
I am 4 hours into this and I have not cried. I'm totally fine.
You didn't
fact,
even
I've-
seem close.
No, I've actually sobered up. I've sobered up very well. I've paced myself with water. I'm fine.
You're learning. You're maturing.
The group chat giving me shit about
Group therapy.
drinking is that stings a little, guys. Stings. You're stinging me.
The 2 beers I drank tonight are the most I've had to drink in probably 4.5 months.
Mhm.
And it didn't even put a scratch on me. That old muscle memory. The 25 years leading up to this served me well. Jen, do we thank everybody and say goodnight?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everybody. Especially thank you to Phil, who actually, we drove our producer into the ground. He just tapped out. He had to go to bed just a few minutes ago, though. So Panama Phil, thank you, my friend, for all you've done to make this possible. To all of the people who donated tonight, but also throughout our campaign, which basically is done now. I'll send out a note of thanks in the morning. But basically, we're done now. Many, many thanks to everybody who took part tonight, either in the live chat or sending us questions or even just viewing it for a while. Many, many thanks to the almost 30,000 people who support the line by being our subscribers. Huge thanks to you guys, to our advertising partners who make this all possible. Jen, to our families, our parents. I don't know. Like, I'm kind of Oscar speeching here. Is there anyone we're going to regret not thanking tomorrow? Oh, to our
Nope.
guests.
To our guests.
Paul Wells, Supriya Dwivedi, Rob Shaw, and Scott Stinson.
That was a pretty good lineup, I guess, actually.
That was pretty good.
That's pretty awesome.
Jen, what was that restaurant you had your dinner from?
Jane's Barbecue.
Jane's
They
Barbecue
just
in
opened up near
Calgary.
me.
And Old York Fish and Chips in Leaside near me. They're not sponsoring us. We just like their food. So
That's
we
great.
wanted to give them a shout out. Okay, let's wrap it up then, Jen. Thank you very
Bye.
much. I need to figure out how to shut this thing down, which
Yeah.
might be as simple as closing the Zoom.
Okay.
But
Good luck.
probably. Are we going to publish anything tomorrow?
No, I'm tired.
Okay, we're taking tomorrow off. I'll put out a post in the morning with this live stream link and thanks. And everybody, thank you for see, that's the 2 beers finally getting me.
Mhm.
Thank you for participating. Like and subscribe. Check us out, www.readtheline.ca.